Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Flathead Field in beautiful northwestern Montana for Pioneer League Baseball. My name is Scott Gladstone, and I'm so excited to bring you tonight's game between the visiting Idaho Falls Chukars and the home team, the Glacier Range Riders. This is game number 4 of the first half of the season, game number 51 for the Range Riders of their inaugural season. And game number 51 marks the first ever time a team not from the state of Montana will play visitor here at Flathead Field. We have an exciting matchup for you tonight. It is led by a pitching matchup that comes into fairly stark contrast. A Rob Hamby-led Glacier side. Rob Hamby has pitched a lot this season. He's been one of the better pitchers. He has had some monumental outings that have really spurred the Glacier Range Riders to victory. And then on the other side, you have a guy in Seth Brewer who is very recently acquired and started to play at the next level. Just one appearance for him thus far in the first part of the season. It was a start. He went 2 1/3 and allowed 5 earned runs in that time. So kind of this sophomore outing for him to see what he can do to round out his game a little bit more, and it should be exciting to see what he's able to bring. He is up against a Range Rider squad that is undefeated in their Range Rider Red, and they are undefeated in their Jammer Jersey Red. It will be exciting to see how they perform once again. Their last time out in these red jerseys, a 13-3 victory over the Billings Mustangs. We're about ready for the National Anthem, so I'm going to hand it over to the PA announcer, Tony Hernandez, to introduce the National Anthem. And let's get underway shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Pioneer League Baseball, the Range Riders, and the Chukars on YouTube. Welcome back to Flathead Field. So excited to bring you today's contest, the first ever matchup between the Idaho Falls Chukars and the Glacier Range Riders in the state of Montana. They have already played 6 games in Idaho Falls at the location of currently the only professional sports team in eastern Idaho and Idaho Falls, just down the interstate from Great Falls, Montana, Helena, Montana, Butte, Montana, even Dillon, Montana. Kalispell is not on the interstate, so they needed to get a little off-road. Kalispell is not on any interstate. The entire Flathead Valley is not connected. You do have a prominent highway between here and Missoula Highway 93, but that is the final leg of the Chukars tour today. They did not take the overnight bus ride. They instead traveled this morning up here. They got up here and they were marveled by the spectacular facility that we have created here in the Flathead Valley. The starting pitcher tonight for the Glacier Range Riders is Rob Hamby. I'll have plenty of time to talk about him, but real quick, I'll go over the starting lineup that you're going to see for the Idaho Falls Chukars tonight. Leading off is Steve Barmakian. He's playing left field. Tyler Kelly bats second, playing second base. Hunter Hiskey, number 33, bats third, and he's the catcher. Dusty Stroop bats fourth at first base. Jose Reyes will be the third baseman. He is batting fifth in the lineup. Thomas Devonville makes his return to a Chukars uniform, and he wears the number 11 and plays center field, batting in the sixth spot. The bottom three are Brady West, Eric Callahan, and Brendan Heweth. Again, the starting pitcher tonight for these Glacier Range Riders is a man that has been proving his worth all season. His name is Rob Hamby. Primary nickname Hambone, but plenty of backup nicknames as well that I've come up with. We'll see if I can spin any more for him. Hamby, in the first half of the season, out of Range Riders that appeared more than 5 times, he led the team in ERA with a 4.36, a 2-1 record. 33 innings pitched for him, and he has an impressive strikeout to walk ratio of 32 strikeouts to 8 walks, and that is nothing new for him. He had a dominant season at Georgia Gwinnett, an NAIA powerhouse, where he continued to force batters to compete with his pitches. And, of course, the first pitch is a ball after I spent so much time talking about it. 7:04 first pitch, 82 degrees here in the Flathead Valley. We'll talk plenty more about the history of these two teams, where they're located for the newbies that are not that used to it. This one is carrying out to right field. It flew off the bat of the leadoff man, Steve Barmakian, and it's over the wall for a home run. Steve Barmakian, on the second pitch that he sees, has gone yard over the right field fence, and the curse of the first inning here in Flathead Field continues for the Glacier Range Riders. This is home game number 20, and in the first 19 games, there were only 5 games in which the visiting team did not score in the first inning. The home record a little bit better than that, as I believe all 4 games where the visiting team did not score in the first inning, the Range Riders were able to win, plus another 4. They are 8-11 in those 19 home games. But Steve Barmakian will just send that one over the right field wall to give the Idaho Falls Chukars the early 1-0 lead here. He absolutely smoked that one over the 16-foot fence in right field. That one is a called strike. Count goes to 1-1 here. It's 1-0. No outs, top of the first inning. Barmakian, his long ball is the difference right now. This one is a slow roller over the head of Hamby, and it is safe over at first. Just too slow of a roller there for Broussard to get to it in time. He flung it as quickly as he could, but even with the stretch from Wofford, it is just not enough mustard on it to get the out. An infield single by Tyler Kelly puts one on with no outs, as this has been the opposite of a great start for the Glacier Range Riders. A home run and an infield single. Now Hunter Hiskey will step up. Hiskey, a powerful batter in this lineup. But, of course, as of right now, the Idaho Falls Chukars are without their leading batter, Calvin Estrada, who I believe tweaked something a few days ago. And other than a pinch hit last night where he stepped up, got intentionally walked, and then walked right off the field as he got pinch ran for, other than that, we've not seen him in 2 games. That's a foul ball that bounces off the artificial turf that we have here and into the body of Hunter Hiskey, the left-hander. Playing catcher today is the 5'11", 195-pound Missouri native. Played for Idaho Falls last year in their campaign that had them finishing with the second-best overall record in the Pioneer League, only behind the eventual PBL champion Missoula Paddleheads. That's going to be a passed ball that advances Kelly to second base as it escaped the glove of Ramon Enriquez, who is behind the plate. Count goes to 1-2. The Idaho Falls Chukars return a fair amount of players from last year, including the majority of their pitching staff. Pitching staff has struggled at times this year. As this pitch comes in and it's carrying out to right field, it's going to have a good amount of distance on it, but it'll end up ricocheting off the partially built foundation of a future away clubhouse out there in right field. Count will stay at 1-2. Last year, the Idaho Falls Chukars lost in the PBL semifinals to the eventual champion Missoula Paddleheads. They were forced to play them because it was a north-north matchup. And of course, the south-south had a matchup. That ball ricochets off the clubhouse right to the right of me. Another foul ball, and it stays 1-2 as Hiskey is pesky in this at-bat. 1-2, no outs, runner on second in this 1-0 ball game. The Chukars lead. Hamby trying to get his first out. Hiskey is not making it easy. The pitch misses low and away. Count goes now even at 2-2. This is going to be pitch number 7 of this at-bat here. Hiskey still has a ball to work with. So does Hamby, depending on how you look at it. 2-2, no outs, runner on second. Fired in there. This one's carrying out to left center field. Mcconnell will come in. He'll grab it, and no test of the arm by Tyler Kelly, as he will stay at second. A fly out to center field gets out number 1. The Glacier Range Riders, the first inning has been a problem for them in general this season. In the first half of the season, they were outscored 53-41 in inning number 1. Inning number 5, 7, and 8 also show fairly heavy outscorements, if that's a word. I don't think it is, but you know what I meant. First pitch to Dusty Stroop misses. The first baseman today is ahead 1-0 with 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Runner on second. Swing and a miss there as a healthy cut comes up empty for Stroop. Stroop actually from the same town as Hunter Hiskey, according to the roster. Both from Lee's Summit, Missouri. The 1-1 with 1 out as Hamby steps off. Coaching staffs today. Nick Hogan's the manager for the Glacier Range Riders. Stu Peterson's the bench coach. And Mike Spears is the pitching coach. A swing and a miss. On the other side, Billy Gardner Jr. manages the Chukars, his second season, as well as the second season for pitching coach Bob Malacki. Billy Butler is listed as the hitting coach. You probably recognize that name as he played in Idaho Falls as a player and has returned as the hitting coach, as well as the base coach Caden White. 1-2, 1 out. Hamby sets to fire his 16th pitch. And it will be swung on a miss to strike out for Rob Hamby. And after allowing 2 hits to start off this game, including a solo home run by Steve Barmakian, he is 1 out away from limiting the damage to just that solo shot. Up comes Jose Reyes. Jose Reyes has earned his way into the lineup. The Idaho Falls Chukars in the first half of this season were very shaky defensively, and Jose Reyes makes some impressive plays. He also has had some blunders defensively, but he's straightened it out and delivered at the plate. His first home run of the season actually came against the Glacier Range Riders in game number 1 ever between these two sides. And he's only kind of shot up the order and impressed with his ability to get on base as well as his speed. A little sporadic at the plate there is Reyes. The last 2 times he's jumped out of it, but it doesn't look like it's been that close. It's definitely been on the inside and called a ball. But the crowd taking exception to his antics at the plate thus far. And that one will be a called strike, as our home plate umpire is a little bit delayed in how he's calling the strikes here. Taking me a second to make sure. It's Michael Kiger behind the plate. Takes a half second before he points to the right side and says that it is a strike. And again, he's given us the verbal cues, so I'm just listening a little bit harder. Maybe I'll turn up the field mic a little bit so you can hear it as well. 2-2 now is the count. 2 outs, runner on second. Plenty of speed on second in Kelly. Recently returned to the Chukars. And that's 3-2. As Jose Reyes jumped out of the way of that one, shed all his elbow pad and his shin pad, everything else, or his batting gloves, I guess. But he missed one of those calls from our home plate umpire, Mike Kiger, and the fans let him hear it as he tried to walk on 3 balls. He jumped out of the way about 4 of those pitches. So I think he thought they were, but not his call. It's the home plate umpire's call. So it will be 3-2, 2 outs. Runner will not go because he's at second base and first base is open. The pitch swung on and missed. And strike number 3 means the end of the top of the first inning. A solo home run by Steve Barmakian, the New Jersey native, puts the Chukars up 1-0 in their first ever inning played here at Flathead Field. But the Range Riders have a chance to bat when we see them in the bottom of the first. Back here in the bottom of the first inning, and let me tell you the starting lineup for the Glacier Range Riders. Ben Mcconnell, who you see step up right here, he leads it off. Ryan Cash bats second. First pitch misses the strike zone, called ball. Count goes 1-0 for Mcconnell. Sam Linscott bats third. Brody Wofford fourth after getting ejected from the game last night. He returns to the starting lineup. Dean Miller bats fifth, as that one will miss in the side. Livingston Morris sixth, and Enriquez, McCabe, and Brandt Broussard round out the starting 9 for the Glacier Range Riders. The 2-0 pitch will miss. Count goes 3-0. And in that lone start that we've seen from Seth Brewer, the one thing that he struggled with was control. That's what you really could circle it. Opposing batters only hitting 300 against him. It's not horrible, but he had 5 walks, and there's his 6th as he walks a dangerous leadoff man in Ben Mcconnell to start this game off. I'm sure that's the scouting report that the Range Riders have on Brewer thus far. He is a really good pitcher and has a lot of good stats, especially playing in 2 very good summer leagues, wood bat leagues. A total record in combined from the Northwoods League as well as the Exploration League. As pickoff attempt is unsuccessful over at first base, gets Expedition League, that he played in for the Pierre Trappers in South Dakota. Also played in North Dakota for the Bismarck Larks and played at Northern State, which is a Division II school. Another pickoff attempt over to first, and again, he has Ben Mcconnell. I'll tell you his summer league stats in those wood bat leagues. The 5 seasons that he played, 3 with Bismarck and 2 with Pierre. 18-14 record as he finds the strike zone for the first time there. 18-14 record, a 5.64 ERA in 44 starts for Brewer. He had 209 strikeouts to 118 walks. As that one will also go down as a strike. It's 0-2 to Ryan Cash. Played the final 3 seasons of the summer ball I mentioned with Bismarck. The first season that he played there, however, as he gets a 3-pitch strikeout of Ryan Cash, who does not strike out a lot. So again, showing that good stuff right there is Brewer. In that 2020 season that he started playing with the Bismarck Larks, that is when they were in a COVID bubble, essentially, just playing one of 2 other teams in the Bismarck Bull Moose or the Mandan Flickertails. Bismarck Larks won that league as they did plan the whole thing, and it tended to be that their main brand, the Bismarck Larks, tended to have the best players on their squad, and Brewer was one of them, as he had in that COVID 2020 season for the Larks a 7-start record, a 4-0 record, a 3.92 ERA, and 49 walks to 21, or 49 strikeouts to 21 walks. That ball goes into center field. It's a successful steal from Ben Mcconnell. Believe it was a ball to Sam Linscott, so he's ahead 1-0 with a runner in scoring position. Sam Linscott played absolutely out of his mind in the first 2 games. Had a rough outing yesterday, still did reach base, but he had 9 hits in these first 3 games in total. He's leading the Range Riders with a .643 batting average in the second half, which is only the 3 games that the Range Riders played down in Idaho Falls. He has 2 doubles, a triple, 5 RBIs, 6 runs scored just in the past 3 games. A lot of success. As that one will hit the strike zone. Count is 1-1. 1 out, a speedy Ben Mcconnell on second base. For Mcconnell, he finished the first half with 25 steals. And in the second half, that is his first successful steal. So call it a 26 steal for Ben Mcconnell. On the season, one of the fastest guys in this Pioneer League. A huge asset for Nick Hogan, who loves to let his guys run. This one swung on. It's bending down the right field line, and it will be landing fair. Easily 2 for Sam Linscott, a stand-up double, and an RBI. We are tied at 1 apiece. Sam Linscott continues his reign of terror against the Chukars. That one was an opposite hit down the right field line from the right-handed bat of Sam Linscott, and I have a perfect view from where I'm stationed to see if that one was going to go fair or foul, and it just didn't have enough bend on it to get into foul territory, and it didn't, and it had enough bend on it to get out of the way of Brendan Heweth, who's the right fielder today. A perfect hit there for the speedy Sam Linscott to coast into second base and score Mcconnell, who had to hold up at second to make sure it wasn't caught, but yeah, still not enough of a throw to get in from right field. Not even close. You're going to need a automatic cannon from out there in right. This one swung on. It's carrying out to right field. Backing up is Heweth. He's going to put a shadow in the warning track and catch it, but it will be enough to advance the runner. Linscott a fly out to right field. Does a job of sorts and puts Linscott 90 feet away, but it eliminates the opportunity of a sacrifice to get Linscott across to home. Dean Miller steps up. Dean Miller also has had a very successful series against the Idaho Falls Chukars. For Miller, he is second on the team in the second half with a .583 batting average. And he's second on the team with .583 batting average. That is tough for you because those are numbers that really could be first on pretty much every squad. Of course, it's inflated with only 3 games to play. Guys still trying to figure it out. But he has 2 doubles, a triple, and a home run. He hit his home run. It was a 2-run shot last night against the Chukars in a losing 6-4 effort. The 0-1 will miss high. Count goes to 1-1. 1-1 ball game here on the Sam Linscott RBI double and the Steve Barmakian solo home run in the top of the first. The 1-1 pitch now to Miller. Swings on it, foul ball out of play. Defensive alignment for the Idaho Falls Chukars today. Hunter Hiskey's behind the plate. Jose Reyes over at third. Callahan's the shortstop. Kelly's at second base. Dusty Stroop is the first baseman. The outfield from left to right is Barmakian, the home run hitter. Devonville and Heweth in right field. 1-2 pitch coming with 2 outs to Dean Miller. Up and in. Gets a little bit of limbo from Dino. 2-2 now with 2 outs. And Linscott waiting at third. Seth Brewer will throw his 18th pitch. And it's in there, a check swing, the appeal over to first. No way he went. 3-2, 2 outs, and a runner on third now. After allowing one in the top of the first, Rob Hamby got himself out of a jam with a runner in scoring position. Now, a similar situation for Seth Brewer. He'll try and limit the runs as he throws the payoff pitch to Dean Miller. It will be ball 4. Just high, as it did not miss by much, and it puts runners on the corners for Livingston Morris. Livingston Morris finished the first half of the season with a .270 batting average, 5 home runs, which was third on the team, behind Dean Miller. Miller finished with 8 home runs, and Brody Wofford, who finished in second with 7. Swing and a miss there from Livingston Morris. Glacier Range Riders wearing their Friday Jammer jersey reds. And the Idaho Falls Chukars, not the exact same type of red, but kind of a form of maroon. As Dean Miller, they're just going to let Dean Miller get to second base here. As he started on first movement there, scuttled halfway and was ready for to get caught in a rundown. And then he realized, well, Brewer's not going to pull out of his windup and just got all the way to second. Maybe Brewer did not want to get called for a balk, which would have allowed Linscott to get home. And he allows Dean Miller to get to second. A stolen base for Miller. His third of the second half, and a swing and a miss makes it 1-2. Range Riders wearing white pants. And the Idaho Falls Chukars, with their slightly off-red jerseys, are wearing gray away pants. 1-2, 2 outs, 2 runners in scoring position for Livingston Morris. The pitch from Brewer. Misses, and a good snag behind the plate by Hunter Hiskey. Extends the pitch count to 23 for Seth Brewer. He has now gone over what Hamby did in the top of the first. Hamby threw 22 pitches and stranded Tyler Kelly, the number 2 man in the Chukars lineup, at second. The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs to Livingston Morris. On the inside, we go full for Livingston Morris. If we get there, Ramon Enriquez stands on deck. He could have the bases loaded if this payoff pitch is a ball. If it's a strike, we end the first inning at a 1-1 ball game. The 3-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. Swung on and missed. Livingston Morris comes up empty. A high heater is enough to send him down on strikes. A 25-pitch first inning, but Seth Brewer out of a jam. It's 1-1. We head to the second inning of play. It's Thomas Devonville that will make his first appearance in a Chukars uniform in the year 2022 as he steps up and wears the number 11 jersey on this July 22nd. Late night, well, it will be eventually a late night baseball game. First pitch misses outside as Hamby gets inning number 2 underway with a ball. Thomas Devonville is playing center field for the Idaho Falls Chukars today. And as that one misses the zone, the count will go to 2-0. Devonville attended his college at University of Nebraska, Omaha, a.k.a. just Omaha. And obviously had a lot of success there and played last season in the outfield for Idaho Falls. And did not re-sign, but just was picked up by Idaho Falls as he started this season in Schaumburg, playing for the Boomers out there in the Frontier League. Count is 2-2. Make it a full count now, 3-2. The Schaumburg Boomers held on to Thomas Devonville for 36 games last year, or earlier this year. 258 batting average for him, so not bad numbers at all. As that one will be outside, a called ball 4. Last season, clearly a season that made the Chukars very happy to have him back. In 69 appearances for Idaho Falls, Devonville was able to hit .336 with 76 RBIs, 12 home runs, which is a considerable amount considering that he has a 6'1", 195 frame. Not huge. And actually, a shout out to Tyler Peterson, who is the broadcaster for the Rocky Mountain Vibes this year, who filled me in on exactly the off-season, or the early season, I guess, movements of Devonville. Traded to Schaumburg at the beginning of the season as he is running. The throw from Enriquez will be not in time. A successful steal of second from Devonville. And then he was just traded back. As I could have just looked at the roster and see that he was acquired of a trade with Schaumburg, not a release situation. One of just two players on this Idaho Falls Chukars that has been acquired by a trade. That one will miss on the inside. Hamby's a little bit shaky here. And, of course, he's a guy that I mentioned doesn't get erratic with his control often. 2-1. Runner on second, Devonville. Lots of speed there with no outs. And Brady West, the DH, at the plate. Called strike. That one finds the lower outside edge. Count goes to 2-2. 1-1 ball game here, top of the second inning. I'll go over the defense real quick for the Glacier Range Riders. Ramon Enriquez is behind the plate. Dean Miller's over at third. Brandt Broussard's the shortstop. Ryan Cash plays second. Brody Wofford over at first. The outfield from left to right is Livingston Morris, Ben Mcconnell, and Sam Linscott. This one is a broken bat blooper. Now we'll get into the glove of the second baseman, Ryan Cash. Might have had enough mustard on it if the bat didn't give out on him. But as our bat boy goes to pick it up, he picks it up and sees the splinter, and that one goes in the recycle bin or wherever bats go to die. 1 out now as Eric Callahan steps to the plate. Callahan will play shortstop today for the Idaho Falls Chukars, wears his number 26 jersey. And he sees the first pitch from Hamby. It's in the zone, swung on and fouled back. Count goes to 0-1. Let me tell you a little bit about where we are in the Pioneer League season. A lot of games have been played, but the records are low right now because we just started the second half of the season. The Missoula Paddleheads and the Ogden Raptors will be heading to the playoffs. They've already guaranteed their spot by winning the first half. Now it goes to who has the best record in the second half. As the second pitch there to Callahan misses high. Count goes to 1-1. Missoula is a part of the three-way tie atop the North Division right now, along with Idaho Falls at 2-1 and Great Falls at 2-1. The Range Riders and the Billings Mustangs are both just one game back of that first place at 1-2 records. The runner was going, but it's a foul ball, as Devonville last season had 26 stolen bases for the Idaho Falls Chukars and was only caught twice. That is a great number to have on both sides. 1-2 now, 1 out, as Callahan prepares to see the pitch from Hamby in this 1-1 ball game. Fired, and it's hitting to right field. It's going to be at least one base for Callahan. He's going to turn and go to second. Linscott will fire it in. It will be off target and late. An RBI double from Eric Callahan has given the Idaho Falls Chukars back the lead at 2-1 now. Devonville scores easily, and Brendan Heweth will now try and keep the train rolling as he steps up into the left-handed batter's box. Heweth playing right field today. One of a handful of New Jersey natives on this Chukars squad, alongside of Steve Barmakian, who hit the home run in the first inning and is on deck right now, as well as pitcher Andrew Cartier, who the Range Riders have seen a couple times in the past 2 days, past 3 games. First pitch finds the bottom part of the zone, called strike. Heweth is behind 0-1. Heweth in the first half of the season, a .333 batting average, no home runs, and 13 RBIs. The 0-1 coming in. Breaking ball That is said to have missed. Didn't look far off from where the last pitch landed. But our home plate umpire, Mike Kiger, didn't like it. That one will miss up and away. I'm just seeing that our camera is frozen, so I apologize for that. I'm going to try and get to the bottom of it, and I'll just give you the radio broadcast version for now. As the runner's going, the throw there is just a little bit late. Callahan steals the base successfully. The count goes to 2-2. Now Callahan is on third after the stolen base. Pitch will miss low. Count will go now to 3-2. Working on these technical difficulties right now. Trying to figure out where the issue is. That one swung on, just a piece gotten by Heweth. He stays alive as that one just fouled off into the artificial turf. And it will miss low. Ball 4. As Rob Hamby has walked 2 batters this inning. Very uncharacteristic from him. I am purposely blacking out our screen right here, as Mike Spears is going to come out and have a quick conversation with his pitcher. And I'm going to use this time to try and figure out how I can get life back into our camera here. All right. I think I have life back into it. Now I just got to get you seeing it. And you are seeing it. All right. Just a quick crash of our app that is getting our camera into my computer. And we're back underway with some visuals. Thank you to Tyler Peterson, who is watching from abroad and keeping me honest in terms of making sure to get you a picture. In terms of setting the bar for broadcasting standards in the Pioneer League, I think most will agree, whether you're a Range Rider fan that watched the games down in Colorado Springs that the Glacier Range Riders started the season out against, or if you're a Chukars fan that has seen the Chukars play down there. I believe it was the second series of the season they had the Chukars down there. But you'll agree that they definitely set the bar from camera angles, from viewer experience. They got a great score bug, and obviously the broadcasting that Tyler and others do down there is also phenomenal. The 1-0 pitch is swung on. It's a foul ball. Steve Barmakian is up now. Let me just kind of reset everything for you as I'm getting back on track. Callahan is over at third base. Heweth is at first. There is 1 out in the top of the second. It is a 2-1 game. The Chukars lead. Pitch. Ooh, I don't know where that one missed. It missed somewhere. Usually one of those that just looks kind of right down the pipe. Gets called a strike. But sometimes I'm left to guess and wonder up here in the press box. That one definitely missed. Count is 3-1. As Hamby, who I lauded his control early, has struggled with it. A 54% strike percentage, which is incredibly low for the right-handed pitcher out of Demorest, Georgia. It's in his rookie season. Runner going. This one's a fly ball out to left field. And the runner will try and score from third, and he will do so successfully A sacrifice fly scores Eric Callahan. It's 3-1 in favor of the Chukars. Heweth does not advance from first base. He was running on the pitch and had to scamper back to the first base bag. 3-1. Idaho Falls on the sacrifice fly to left field. And now up comes Tyler Kelly, who's 1 for 1 with that infield single. He was left stranded at second base. First pitch, called a ball. Tyler Kelly is probably plenty cool out on the plate right now, as Kelly plays his ball, or is from Cottonwood, Arizona. Which I have to look up to see. They might be in the upper part of the state, which is a little bit cooler than obviously that greater Phoenix area and southern part of the state. And they are in the upstate. They're closer to Flagstaff as the runner's going. And he is safe at second. Count is 2-1 after the successful stolen base by Heweth. Cottonwood is closer to Flagstaff than it is to Phoenix. So hot there, but still a little bit cooler as you get up closer to the mountains. 2-1 is the count. 2 outs, runner on second for Tyler Kelly. Pitch comes in and misses, or hits inside. Sometimes I'm guessing up here. I tell you what, and Mike Geiger with the delayed strike call, not doing me a ton of favors. 2-2, 2 outs, runner on second. Hamby sets to fire his 32nd pitch of the inning, and it will be the second time that the Idaho Falls Chukars have started to walk to first base. And I'll tell you what, Kelly did not recognize that pitch that we had 2 pitches ago that I started to say was a ball. He did not recognize that was a ball because he didn't argue or turn to the umpire at all. And I thought he was just being a really good sport about it and taking a call that maybe was a little bit on the inside and just running with it. But clearly he just did not hear or see what the umpire said. 3-2. Swung on, out to center field. McConnell's got a good beat on it, and he grabs it for out number 3. So the second time, a almost walk, and then a walk of shame back to home plate has resulted in an out to end the inning for Idaho Falls. Not a great storyline, but I'm sure they love the 2-run inning to build off the 1-run first. They lead 3-1. We head to the bottom half of the frame. Ramon Enriquez will lead off the bottom of the second for the Glacier Range Riders, as we'll see 7, 8, 9, Enriquez, McCabe, and Broussard. Seth Brewer fires the first pitch, and it's swung on over to first base in foul territory. Dusty Stroop not able to track it down, and it'll bounce once and go over the short wall there right next to the bullpen of the Chukars. So Enriquez will earn himself just enough space over there to get a mulligan down that right field line. The 0-1 swung on and missed by Enriquez. Enriquez has not been with the team too long. And in the first half of the season, he had 19 at-bats and was able to grab one hit and an RBI at that. 1-2 now as Enriquez prepares to see the pitch from Brewer. That one will miss. Count goes to 2-2. Enriquez, good patience here at the plate. In this half, Enriquez off to a better start. One hit in 4 at-bats in the one game that he played down in Idaho Falls. 2-2 coming. And a late swing and a miss there from Enriquez, and he goes down swinging for out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. Eddie McCabe coming up now. McCabe, like Devonville, acquired with a midseason trade. This one was a Pioneer League to Pioneer League team trade, as McCabe came from Great Falls, and the first pitch that comes into him is a ball low and inside. 1-0 is swung on over deep in the hole. It's going to be a long throw needed from Eric Callahan, and it will skip in the dirt. I believe that one will go down as an E6, but I'll wait to see the official score, what that goes down as. That was a long throw from Callahan, but it came pretty quick to him, so he had plenty of time to fire up to it. So I'm going to score it an E6 for now in my book, because it skipped in the dirt, so it's not Dusty Stroop's fault, and it will go down as an error, as Idaho Falls has been plagued by defensive struggle in the first half of the season. First pitch to Brandt Broussard is a called ball on the outside. Count goes to 1-0. 91 errors for the Idaho Falls Chukars in their first half. There's a strike. Count goes to 1-1. 1 out. Runner on first is Eddie McCabe. 3-1 ball game, led by the Idaho Falls Chukars. In this half of the season, Idaho Falls, even with their opponents, the only opponents they've seen is Glacier. Both teams have 4 errors, make it 5 now for Idaho Falls, though, as that one will miss low. Count goes to 2-1. For comparison, in the first half of the season, the opponents of the Idaho Falls Chukars had just 60 errors to the 91 that they put forth. That's a .965 batting average for their opponents, fielding percentage for their opponents, and a .949 fielding percentage for them. Some games definitely got out of control for them, and they've had some recent ones that have gotten out of control. They played over 5 hours against Boise last week in a game that was started by Brewer. Just a piece of it nabbed by Brandt Broussard. He stays alive. 2-2 is the count now for Broussard. Broussard finished the first half with a .248 batting average, 1 home run, 20 RBIs. He is, like Mcconnell, a hard guy to manage on the base paths. 11 for 12 on steal attempts in that first half. That ball misses. It will go full for Brandt Broussard. In the first half of the season, Eddie McCabe did not attempt to steal. And he sits over at first now, trying to see something from Broussard that'll move him up. 3-2 coming into the shortstop. Swings on it, late swing, and it's fisted over to the foul area, out of play down the right field line. Pitch number 40 coming for Seth Brewer. We will flip over the lineup card in this inning unless we get a double play right here. 3-2 coming in. And it's high. Broussard earns a walk. Eddie McCabe was going on the pitch, but doesn't have to worry about getting there safely. He is given that as Broussard's walk pushes him to second. And in a game that we can expect some time for it to take due to the fact that these guys played 2 games that were about 4.5 hours on Tuesday and Wednesday. Last night was quicker as the pitching was there for both sides. So we get a step off the mound. Ben Mcconnell up 0 for 0, 1 for 1 on reaching the base paths today as he reached on a walk to start off this game. Later scored the first run of the game for the Range Riders. First pitch to Mcconnell will miss away. It seems to be a fairly small strike zone thus far by Mike Kiger, our home plate umpire. And if Hamby's throwing 55% strike percentage, that is definitely not going to do a pitcher that is shown to have a little less control like Brewer. He's below 50% at 48%. But he entices a swing and a miss there. Out of Ben Mcconnell, count goes to 1-1. Brewer originally from Rapid City, South Dakota. I mentioned he has played just about every play of his baseball career for a team from the Dakotas. Shouldn't say in the Dakotas because obviously plenty of travel on the road, both in the Northwoods League, the Expedition League, and the Northern State schedule. 2-1. In the dirt, good block by the catcher Hiskey. Count goes to 3-1 now for Mcconnell. A ball will load the bases for Ryan Cash. And the Idaho Falls Chukars definitely do not want Sam Linscott to step up to the plate with runners on. He is in the hole right now. 3-1, 1 out, 2 on. Swung on, foul ball, pushes the count full. Cash is 0 for 1 today with a strikeout on 3 pitches. Linscott scored Mcconnell on the RBI double in the bottom of the first. The 3-2 pitch with 1 out. Swung on, a foul ball. Staying alive now is Ben Mcconnell. Trying to find something to hit or ball 4 from Seth Brewer. Brewer sets. A glance at McCabe at second. The pitch. And it will miss. Ball 4. The bases are loaded. And will that be enough to bring out pitching coach Bob Malacki? It will. Good time to mention a little bit about Bob Malacki. He isn't just some scrub they pulled off the street. Bob Malacki is a former MLB player. Played between 1988 and 1996. Mostly a Baltimore Oriole in his playing career. But he also played a season in Cleveland, a season in Kansas City, a season in Seattle, and 1 season in Japan, where he played for the team that is now the Osaka Buffaloes. So he's been all around a career MLB ERA of 4.38. Great guy to have showing you the ropes. He also was part of a combined no-hitter in 1991 when he was pitching for the Orioles. First pitch there is a ball low to Ryan Cash, the switch hitter batting out of the left-handed batter's box against the righty Seth Brewer. That one swung on, and it's a foul ball. Makes the count 1-1. Not only does Malacki have the pedigree of pitching in the MLB, he's also pitched plenty of minor league baseball organizations, too many to count, but his most recent appearance before coming to Idaho Falls was in 2019 with the Biloxi Chukars. That one will miss up high to Cash. Count will go to 2-1. The Chukars are the Double-A affiliate of the Milwaukee Brewers. But like I said, he's been all over. He has a Wikipedia page. You can go check it out if you want the full rundown. Swing and a miss makes it 2-2 for Ryan Cash. Cash 0 for 1 today with a strikeout swing, and that is rare for Cash. As I mentioned, he only struck out 13 times in the first half of the season. That was by far the team low. Out of players that have played a lot, that one will miss up and away. It'll be 3-2, 1 out. Bases loaded, plenty of speed on there with Broussard and Mcconnell at second and third. McCabe over at, second and first. McCabe is at third. Bases loaded, 3-2 pitch coming to Ryan Cash. Swings on it, fouls it. Over right near the Idaho Falls bullpen. And we'll do 3-2 one more time with attention building in this stadium. One of the biggest crowds I think we've ever seen here at Flathead Field, as it is packed for some Friday night baseball and plenty of red in the stands too, as the Range Rider faithful wearing their Jammer jerseys on the Friday night. 3-2. Misses high and give Ryan Cash an RBI on the bases loaded walk and make way for a bases loaded at bat from Sam Linscott. Not only has Linscott been on fire, but if you asked for any three players on the base paths, I think these three would be the ones that you would choose. Broussard, McConnell, and Cash can run for days. It is 3-2 here, and Sam Linscott, who has an RBI double already, steps up to the plate. First pitch, a called strike. One out, bases loaded to Linscott. That one definitely missed way high. Count goes to 1-1. It should be noted, as I do pretty much every time, we have a solid batter at the plate with the bases loaded here at Flathead Field. There has never, for visitor or host, been a grand slam hit at Flathead Field. That one is powered out to center field, but it's not going to be enough for that grand slam, but it will be sacrifice fly, and not just a sacrifice fly that scores the run, but Cash tags up from first to second. Everybody tags up on the sacrifice fly. It's a tie game, 3-3 here in the bottom of the second. Now Brody Wofford comes up. He's 0 for 1. Flied out to fairly deep right field, right in the area of the right field warning track. And now Wofford with runners on second and third in Cash and McConnell will try and break this game open. First pitch swinging. It's forked down the left field line, and it will fall foul. Late swing there from the left-hander Brody Wofford. Count goes to 0-1. Wofford in the first half of the season started off fairly rough, but trended up sharply at the end of the first half with a .279 batting average to finish. 7 home runs for him, second on the team behind Dean Miller. 0-1, that one swung on, carrying out to left field, and it will be a running grab by Steve Barmakian out there to keep the game at 3 apiece. A bases-loaded walk and a sacrifice fly ties this game at 3 apiece. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be back and forth all night. Back here in the top of the 3rd inning, we are tied at 3 apiece. It already seems like this game might be a track meet, as it has taken us an hour to play the first 2 innings. If you are a Chukars fan wanting a game that flies by, I'm sorry. It ain't happening, at least not right now. Rob Hamby usually is a pitcher that seems to get stronger as he goes on. I should say that. But I say that with the most amount of grains of salt possible, as I don't want to jinx it for all of us that hope to get to bed at a reasonable hour tonight. 2-0 as Hamby has fallen behind. Two walks for him already today. And this one is swung on, hit to short. Broussard is there. Broussard fields and throws. Hiskey cannot beat it out. A ground out. So get out number 1 here in the top of the 3rd. I never told you the South Division standings, and they are some standings that are fun to read for a lot of different reasons. First of all, Ogden, that won the first half, currently sits in last place. Just shows you at times how we're very early, but how wonky kind of the South can be. Everybody can clearly win on every single night the way that they've played in the South. And a big reason for that is the fact that the Rocky Mountain Vibes have been playing really good baseball since they revamped their roster. Foul ball. Count goes to 0-2 on Stroop. They did fall today 12-9 against the Northern Colorado Owls. That pushes NoCo to 2-2 as well as Rocky Mountain to 2-2. And thus there is a 4-way tie for first place in the South Division. Both Rocky Mountain and Northern Colorado at 2-2 as this one's hit to Hamby. Hamby will throw, and it'll be offline. And advancing to second is Dusty Stroop. We'll see. It's definitely going to be an E1 to get the runner to second. And I think it might be an E1 to get the runner on. But again, that's something that I'll double check with. Nonetheless, Stroop is on second with 1 out. To finish off that 4-way tie atop the South Division, Rocky Mountain Northern Colorado both at 2-2, and Boise and Grand Junction both at 1-1 make up that tie atop the division. We do have 3 other games going on right now, including Great Falls beating Billings 7-2, Ogden beating Missoula 3-1, and the Boise Hawks currently on top of Grand Junction 1-0. First pitch to Jose Reyes misses. Count goes to 1-0, 1 out. The Range Riders officially have committed an error today. And I do have the stats on their record when they've committed an error, as that one misses off the toes of Reyes, who is quite the character at the plate when he's up there. Very kind of flamboyant in his reactions to everything. When the Range Riders commit an error, they are 10-25. Swing and a miss. The count goes to 2-1, 1 out runner on second in the 3-3 game here in the top of the third. 10-25 doesn't sound bad because the Range Riders have 18 total wins. So that means the majority of their wins have come in games where they've committed an error. The problem is that the winning percentage of 10-25 is a lot worse than 8-7. As that one misses high, count goes to 3-1. 8-7 when the Range Riders are errorless. A lot better odds when they stay out of the E column. 3-1 pitch coming into Jose Reyes. Fired in there, fouled off, pushed the count full. Reyes was the one his first time up. He was the first victim of the almost walk, where he thought he had ball forward. He did not. Took off his equipment, put it back on, stepped back up, and struck out. 3-2 coming in now to Reyes. Maybe he'll get that long-awaited walk. The runner's going. He's got a great jump. A foul ball means we'll do it again. Both the Chukars and the Range Riders, two of the most aggressive stealing teams in the Pioneer League. Idaho Falls in the first half of the season had 79 stolen bases. The Range Riders in the first half of the season had 77. The Range Riders were caught 15 times while Idaho Falls was only caught 10. Another swing and another foul ball. That one might have been caught out of the air. I did not see it. And that, if it was caught out of the air, that might be one of the first times a foul ball has been straight up caught by a fan here. Been waiting for a good barehanded play to be made. Have not seen it yet. Or glove play. Much more difficult with the bare hand, though. 3-2 coming in. Hamby sets to fire the 1-out pitch. Breaking ball. And it's a late swing, but fouled off by Jose Reyes. And the Chukars early are driving up the pitch count of Rob Hamby with the amount of foul balls as well as just the amount of takes they're taking. And the calls not going the way of Hamby as he's missed the strike zone by just a little bit a few times. 3-2 again as Hamby steps off the rubber, pumps a fake back to second. We do have a warm-up going on in the Idaho Falls bullpen. Nothing going for the Glacier Range Riders. 3-2. And it'll be ball 4, and it'll also be a wild pitch. Stroop advances to third after the ball could not be received cleanly by Enriquez behind the plate. And Reyes over at first is there safely after finally earning that walk that he thought he had in the first inning. 1 out now, 2 outs needed as Thomas Devonville comes up. A huge part of the Chukars' successful season last year, and if they're going to make another run at the PBL playoffs, I'm sure they will hope for him to be a part of it again. Reason they picked him up. That one misses off the plate. Count goes to 1-0. one swung on to Hamby, who will throw home, and it will be safe at home. He opted for kind of the full windup to throw home there and needed to get that one out almost like a barehanded flip home. That was about the only thing that would have been able to do that. It will be a safe play at home, and we'll wait to see if it is called a fielder's choice or a hit. I think it has to go down as a hit, though, for Thomas Devonville, as he has got enough wheels to beat that one out, and it would have been a close enough play where you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Idaho Falls takes back the lead 4-3, as it has been a long time for Rob Hamby looking for that second out of this inning. 3 batters have come up and reached successfully on him. Still nobody warming up in the pen for the Glacier Range Riders. Hamby's at 73 pitches right now. And the 0-1 misses high to Brady West. Brady West flied out on that broken bat play to Ryan Cash his first time up. And Brady West in this series has had a lot of success against the Range Riders. The first 3 games, a .462 batting average, 4 doubles, and a triple as well. Missing off the plate, count goes to 2-1. 75 pitches thrown now by Rob Hamby. Still hovering around 55% strike percentage. As out of 75 pitches, he's thrown 41 strikes. Brewer's got his strike percentage up to 51%. As that one is swung on, and it's a high fly ball out to center field. Should be enough to tag the runner, as Mcconnell has to go all the way back to the wall. The runner at first will tag to second as well, as Devonville is in there safely. So not a sac fly, but a fly out that advances both runners 90 feet. Up comes Eric Callahan. He's 1 for 1. He doubled down the right field line and scored a run on it. Later scored himself in the 2-run second inning. And right now, each team is basically putting at least 7 or 8 batters, it feels like, up every inning. I told you, cancel your plans in the morning. I think this one's going to be a late one. We are not through 2.5 innings, and it's taking a good chunk of time to play this baseball. And once we get pitching changes starting to happen too, Idaho Falls is a team that loves to make a change with 2 outs. As this one's hit to short, Broussard will field, and he'll throw it to first in time. So preventing the final 2 runs that were standing on second and third from scoring, but one does come across. Idaho Falls takes back to lead in this seesaw affair. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the bottom of the third. We have a pitching change already for the Idaho Falls Chukars. They have decided to pull the plug on their starter, Seth Brewer, and hand the ball off to a solid reliever in Jake Binder. Jake Binder stands 6'3", 190 pounds. He's from Syracuse, New York. And he played for the Idaho Falls Chukars last year. He has been around the country since graduating from Ithaca College in 2019. Finished his career up with the Bombers. And baseball has taken him essentially from coast to coast. Of course, starting in New York, where he's from, of course, with Ithaca, then going to Alpine for the Alpine Cowboys. That is in Texas, I believe, is where they're located. And the Salina Stockade, which is in the Pacific, which 2019 was in the Pacific Association. And then he played in 2 different COVID pop-up leagues. So that one will miss. Count goes to 1-2 for Dean Miller. 2 different COVID pop-up leagues, the Washington League and the City of Champions Cup. And respectively played for the Baseball Brilliance and the Nerds Herd before finding his home for the past 2 seasons in Idaho Falls. Yeah, that's the run through baseball teams that you may or may not have heard of. But Jake Binder has allowed this sport to take him to great places, and now he is playing baseball in one of the most beautiful places in America. A check swing there, the appeal over to first. Says he didn't go. Count goes full. In all of his independent baseball, however, he has had a lot of success. A 15-11 career record. That's a 4.21 ERA. He has 1 shutout as well, and 161 strikeouts to 79 balls. That one is a foul ball. Dean Miller thought it was going to stay fair for a quick second and was even looking back trying to argue that was a fair ball, but our home plate umpire Mike Kiger said, get back in, play again. That is what will happen. For Jake Binder this season, Binder has a 5.88 ERA. This is his 8th appearance. 6 of his appearances thus far have been starts. A 2-2 record. And he has 27 strikeouts to 11 walks. This one is hit to second base, and it will be booted by the second baseman, Kelly. The fielding error woes continue for the Idaho Falls Chukars, as that one was a gimme for Kelly. And it will be an E4 to get Dean Miller aboard. Livingston Morris now steps up. He is 0 for 1 today with a strikeout swinging. Almost everybody in this crowd knows Livingston Morris's name because of the multiple marks on his record that have etched him into the Flathead Field lore. First pitch swinging. It'll be another chance for Kelly to redeem himself. He gets 1 and he gets 2. And that will do it for Tyler Kelly. Briefly erases his mistake. Briskly erases his mistake, I should say. And he's got 2 away now in the bottom of the 3rd. That one does not come, for both of those guys, it does not come softly off of their bat. They rifle it when they make contact, both Miller and Livingston Morris. So you can understand why it was a tough one for Kelly to handle off the artificial turf here. First pitch is up high. Count goes to 1-0 for Ramon Enriquez. Enriquez struck out swinging his first time up. Binder will throw pitch number 10. It's in the zone, a called strike. Got a bluff out of Enriquez, but he definitely wouldn't have been called as a swinging strike if that ball missed the zone. A called strike makes it 1-1. 4-3 ball game here, bottom of the 3rd. That one will miss low. Count goes to 2-1. Also, the Glacier Range Riders were victim to the Chukars scoring first in this contest, and I can tell you they are 7-22 when the opponent scores first. 11-10 all time when they score first. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs, base is empty. As that one will miss, count goes to 3-2. Right now, Bender trying to work the first scoreless half inning. We had 1 by each team in the first, 2 by each team in the second, and 1 by Idaho Falls in the top of the third. This will be the first goose egg on the line score if Binder is able to get through it. It will be swung on to short, fielded by Callahan, thrown across the diamond on target, and in time for out number 3. So an error, but then a double play and a ground out. Finishes the bottom of the third. Binder faces the minimum, and the Chukars lead 4-3 as we head to the fourth. Back here in the top of the fourth, it's Brendan Heweth that is leading off this inning for the Idaho Falls Chukars as Rob Hamby back out for his 4th inning of work and trying to blank the Chukars for the first time in an inning. Heweth looked at a bunt but then pulled back. Count goes to 1-0 as the pitch missed the zone. Hamby will prepare to throw pitch number 80 for himself. He's only allowed 4 hits. 4 runs have come from it. An error by the Range Riders has also aided the Chukars as well. That's a called strike. Count is 1-1. Fired high. Count goes to 2-1. Range Riders on the season a little bit more about what they've done. They're 8-11 at home, 10-21 on the road, as they are going to have a ton of home games in this second half to make up for the lack of them that they had in the first. This one right back to Hamby. Hamby throws that one a little sketchy down over to first as he threw it underhand, but then it skipped in the dirt. Not often do you have to dig an underhand flip out of the dirt, but Brody Wofford did it successfully. And it is just a sketchy 1-3 ground out. Steve Barmakian, who's had a great day, 1 for 1 with a walk and a home run. He steps up into the left-handed batter's box. First pitch comes in. It'll miss low. Count goes to 1-0. We do want to tell you that the Glacier Range Riders are hosting the Idaho Falls Chukars the next 2 nights as well, next 2 days. It's 7:05 tomorrow night. This one swung on over to short, fielded by Cash. He'll take a couple seconds or a millisecond or so to throw over to first for out number 2. Tomorrow night, 7:05, these 2 teams play again. And on Sunday, it is a 3:05 first pitch between the Chukars and the Glacier Range Riders. Hope you join us for that one. The Range Riders will be wearing their camo jerseys. 2 outs now for Tyler Kelly up. First pitch swinging, hit to short. Fielded by Broussard and thrown to first for out number 3. A quick 1-2-3-7 pitch inning for Rob Hamby. That's the ham bone we know. We'll see if he returns in the 5th. Don't go anywhere. The Range Riders get cracks in the bottom of the inning. Back here in the bottom of the 4th inning, it's 4-3. The Idaho Falls Chukars lead the Glacier Range Riders. It's Jake Binder on the mound. He threw a 14-pitch first inning of work after taking over for the starter, Seth Brewer. Eddie McCabe is the first man he'll see. He'll also see Brandt Broussard and the leadoff batter, Ben Mcconnell. Thanks so much for joining us here. Game 51 of the Glacier Range Riders season. A current 18-win and 32-loss record for the home side. All-time, they are 2-4 against the Idaho Falls Chukars as they lost both of the 3-game series that they have played down in the Potato State. 1 game to 2 games. That means they're 2-4 overall. But they've never played a game here at Flathead Field until tonight. The only other team not from Montana that will play games at Flathead Field this season is the Boise Hawks, another team from the state of Idaho, the only other team from Idaho in the PBL. First pitch to Eddie McCabe will miss low. McCabe is 0 for 1 today. He reached on an error by the shortstop. 1-0 coming into McCabe. He fouls it back into the netting. Count goes to 1-1. McCabe out of Georgetown started his professional career with the Great Falls Voyagers before being traded over the mountains to the Glacier Range Riders. 1-1 coming in. Skips way in the dirt. Count goes to 2-1. I say dirt, but it's brown-colored artificial turf. Glacier Range Riders opted to go with the turf because of the I don't want to use the word sketchy again because I used it last inning, but it is it is an inconsistent and gnarly weather pattern that we see here at Flathead Field. I think our home plate umpire might have taken a knock there, as Sam Conrath, the trainer for the Glacier Range Riders, coming out. Quick conversation to make sure everybody's okay. That one skipped in the dirt, and then it must have taken a chunk out of Mike Kiger at some point, but I think he's okay, kind of just working out the right arm. The home plate umpire last night, I don't remember his name, but watching on the broadcast down in Idaho Falls, the home plate umpire had a cast on his right arm and was able to get through the game. And, man, got to give a lot of credit. That is not easy. This one's hit to short. It'll be a tough play, and it'll be out over at first. What a play there from Callahan. He was roaming to his left and had to throw that incredibly awkwardly, but did it successfully, got the ball into first on time. McCabe couldn't beat it out, and it's a 6-3 ground out for out number 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Up comes Brandt Broussard. Broussard is 0 for 0 with a walk. First pitch splashes the zone. Count goes to 0-1. I already mentioned Binder has started the majority of his games, all but one. This is his second time coming out of the pen, so he does have the ability to go deep. That one will miss low. Count goes to 1-1. And if he cruises the way he has the last 4 outs, man, he could go a while and calm this game down for the Chukars defense. The 1-1. That one will miss. Count goes to 2-1. He has not faced the most dangerous part of the Range Riders order thus far, though. Did see Miller, who has been hot as of late. Strike makes it 2-2. Miller reached on the error, and then Livingston Morris grounded into the double play, and then Ramona Enriquez went down as well. Now he's seeing McCabe and Broussard here. Broussard swings on it. It'll be a foul ball. One hopped in foul territory and was grabbed by the catcher, Hiskey, who was ready to throw to first, but did not have to do that, as we will get another 2-2 coming into Brandt Broussard. It'll miss. We go full to 3-2. Binder, 27 strikeouts to 11 walks in the first half of the season. Late swing there, stays alive as that one ricochets off the netting and into the Idaho Falls Chukars dugout. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming. Excuse me, 8th pitch of the at-bat coming. Good fight from Broussard here. Can he make something out of it? Only one hit today for the Range Riders, but 3 runs across. Another foul ball. Pitch number 9 in this at-bat. Brandt Broussard trying to force Binder into letting him get on base one way or another, as one way or another just played over the speaker system. The 3-2. Another foul ball. Let's push it to double digits. Binder taking his time, resetting. And he'll fire. Misses. Broussard will work. A 10-pitch walk. I told you, one way or another, Broussard gets on base. Puts one on with one out here. And Ben Mcconnell, who has reached both times on walks, will now step up. This is his first matchup with Jake Binder. First pitch will miss. Count goes to 1-0. Looking over at the bullpen, there is some warm-up going on. Don't exactly know who it is down there. Somebody with a black right sleeve. They're not on the bump. They're just kind of having a casual game of catch with Brenton Davis, who I do see the back of in the clear number 9. 1-0. Swung on. Foul ball from Mcconnell. Mcconnell got the day off last night. He is in the gauntlet of feeling the wear and tear from a long PBL season. He does have a couple professional seasons under his belt, though, so he's no stranger to playing in these long, hard days. The one thing for him, however, Ben Mcconnell, is the fact that he played his last season in the United Shores League. That's his one season of professional baseball that he has under his belt. And the United Shores is unique in the sense they play all their games at one ballpark. They don't have to deal with the travel. There is a big difference from not having to travel at all to having to travel the grueling schedule that the Pioneer League puts out. Called strike. Makes the count go full on Ben Mcconnell. Three-two, one out, runner on first. Binder will throw his 20th pitch of the inning here. Runner going, swung on. It will be a slow dribbler over to first, and it will just be an unassisted play by Dusty Stroop as he'll go tap the bag himself. Probably wouldn't have been a play to try and force out Broussard, even if it wasn't a hit and run, but works out well nonetheless. And Broussard advances to second on the ground out. Up comes Ryan Cash, tying run at second base for the Glacier Range Riders, 2 outs. Cash, 0 for 1 today, does have a walk. That was with the bases loaded, so an RBI for him because of that. Swung on, fouls the first pitch back. This is his first time seeing Jake Binder, who's now up to 35 pitches. I mentioned the grueling schedule of the Pioneer League. The drive from here, Flathead Field, to Melaleuca Field, where the Idaho Falls Chukars play, 6 hours and 45 minutes. And as anybody who has traveled for a sports team knows, the time by car is not the same as by bus. So add another half hour to an hour of pure drive time there. I don't actually think, looking at the route, I don't think they would actually, I don't know what route they're taking. But I don't know if they did take the route that is the fastest. As a swing and a miss makes it 1-2 for Ryan Cash. Yeah, it's tough out here. There's a lot of mountain passes to get over, which will slow your bus down quite a ways. And it's good views, but most guys traveling at night, not able to see the view. 1-2, 2 outs. Breaking ball in a late swing, just got a piece of it, did Cash. Foul ball makes it 1-2, keeps it at 1-2. 2 outs, runner on second is Brandt Broussard. It's a 4-3 ball game in the bottom of the fourth between the Chukars and the Range Riders. Already told you Northern Colorado beat Rocky Mountain 9-12, 12-9 earlier today. Give you another update on the scores from around the PBL. As the 1-2 comes in. Hit on the ground. Brandt Broussard will juke out of the way of it, but it will be a 6-3 ground out to end the inning. I'll tell you some scores when we get back for the fifth. The Range Riders strand a runner on second. Still 4-3. The Chukars lead by 1. First pitch of the top of the fifth is a called ball. It is Rob Hamby back out there for his fifth inning of work. 85 pitches thrown in the first 5 innings for Hamby. That one is swung on, and it'll be a high fly ball, but it'll go foul. Count goes to 1-1. We're here on the top of the fifth inning. It's 4-3. Idaho Falls leads the Glacier Range Riders. Hunter Hiskey, the number 3 batter for Idaho Falls, is 0 for 2 tonight. Fly out and a ground out. This one is lashed foul. Count goes to 1-2 now. That one is swung on and powered out to center field. Backing up to the wall is Ben Mcconnell, but there is a deep hole in center field that allows a speedy center fielder to make up a lot of ground and limit the runs. And right there, you see Ben Mcconnell able to erase the amount he needed to run and grab that one for out number 1, a deep F8. Gets out number 1 in the top of the fifth. Dusty Stroop steps up. 0 for 2 is Stroop. I have him reaching on an error the last time up. We'll see what the official word is, as this one is dribbled over to third. Dean Miller will have to throw across the diamond, and this time the throw is on target and in time for out number 2. Hamby with 5 pitches in this inning. I told you, he's somebody that gets stronger as things go along. In the late innings, he really just starts feeling his stuff. He threw 22 pitches in the first, 33 in the second, 23 in the third, and he's thrown 7 in the fourth and 5 in the fifth right now. Trying to get through it clean. 1, 2, 3 for the second inning in a row. First pitch, and Jose Reyes. He is just a character at the plate. 1-0 as that one missed inside, if you couldn't tell. Swings and misses at that one. Count goes to 1-1 now. I would love to see Jose Reyes play basketball or soccer. You know, I'm sure he's a guy that if he ever played footy, he was good at getting the foul calls. Just the way he reacts. Same in basketball, though. Love to see him take a charge and just launch that body back the way he does at the plate when he gets a pitch inside. 1-2. Swings on it. Over to short. Fielded on the backhand by Brandt Broussard. He'll throw on target and in time. A 9-pitch inning from Rob Hamby. He has 94 pitches thrown. We'll see if we see him in the 6th. Another 1-2-3 frame for the right-hander. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 5th. Back here in the bottom of the fifth, it's Sam Linscott that leads off the frame for the Glacier Range Riders. Linscott on the day, 1 for 1, a sacrifice fly as well. First pitch misses low to Linscott. Jake Binder's still in the game. Throwing the pitches for the squad out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. That one will miss. Count now 2-0. And there's a swing and a miss by Linscott as he was looking to go somewhere dangerous with it. Count is now 2-1. And no outs, bottom of the fifth. It's 4-3. The Chukars lead the Range Riders. That one's a called strike to Linscott's dismay. Linscott is one of the most mild-tempered guys on this Range Rider squad. I don't think I've ever seen him argue a call that visibly in general. I'm not saying that visibly as in he just argued a call visibly. I still didn't see much from him there. I'm just saying just haven't seen it that visibly from him. If you catch my drift. 3-2 now after the ball missed up and in. Payoff pitch swung on, fouled back, and right into the noggin of our home plate umpire, Mike Kiger. Going to take him a second as we're going to get a meeting of the umpires. I already thought that we had an injury possibility with Kiger earlier in this game when Sam Conrath, the trainer for the Range Riders, came out and checked on him. And that one does not feel good. Deflection off the bat, the glove of the catcher Hiskey, and then he takes it. We have had one game this year, I think it was in Great Falls, where the Glacier Range Riders had to wait out a umpire delay where the umpire got knocked. The home plate umpire could not continue, so they pulled him out. They just had a two-man crew, but they needed to switch gear and put one of the umpires on the base paths in the home plate umpire gear. There's always some odd delays in minor league baseball. Mike Kiger can continue, though. Shakes it off, the 3-2. And it'll miss the zone. Count expires for a walk for Sam Linscott. As Brody Wofford steps up, 0 for 2 today, fly out and a line out. Let me tell you a little bit about the Idaho Falls Chukars. If you are not a Chukars fan, you might not know some of these things. First of all, I'll tell you, Idaho Falls, the club as a whole, was founded in 1940. They were originally a franchise called the Idaho Spuds, and they were around briefly from 26 to 28, but really started in a continuous sense in 1940. They were called the Russets, and they've gone through the gauntlet before now. In 2004, they renamed themselves the Idaho Falls Chukars when they switched their affiliation from the Padres to the Kansas City Royals, who they were with until the unaffiliation of the Pioneer League in 2020. And you're probably wondering, what is a Chukar? Chukars is how it's spelled. And you probably thought the same thing I did when I was a kid growing up, that I just thought it was kind of, one of those minor league gimmick names of something that doesn't really exist. It is you can call a pitcher a Chukar, or anybody that throws something a Chukar. But a Chukar is an actual thing. It is a game bird that is found in eastern Idaho. A Chukar partridge is more specifically what it's called, as that one will miss in the dirt. Good block by Hiskey. 1-2 for Brody Wofford. It's in the pheasant family. And if you ever see kind of kind of a small pheasant-looking bird that has black and white bars on its feathers and a black band running across its forehead and eyes. That is a chukar, and they're in parts of North America, but mostly native to Asia, I believe. Go and look up a chukar. They're an oddly looking creature, as this will be a ground out fielder's choice to Kelly over at second. The throw to the shortstop, Callahan, is in time, so fielder's choice for Wofford puts one away in the bottom of the fifth. I'm just here to spark your zoology interests or your ornithology, which I believe is the study of birds, is ornithology. I did not take an ornithology class in high school, but I had teammates and classmates that did, as that one misses up and over the head of Dean Miller. One of the tasks in ornithology is to study the calls of birds, and I don't know what call a chukar makes. Probably different than the call that the Chukars players make. So I assume a chukar bird does not speak English. That one hits the strike zone. Count is 1-1. Of course, the Chukars' Twitter page is fairly active. And that is a voice all its own for the Chukars. I encourage you to go check out them if you're a Range Riders fan or parent that doesn't follow the Idaho Falls Chukars. I'm not saying go follow them. You can if you want. But they have a lot of fun on their Twitter page, and you should check it out. 2-1 is the count to Dean Miller. 1 out. Brody Wofford stands at first base. Wofford's going on a delayed steal, and it will be out over at second base. Tyler Kelly got right in the way of the second base bag. There was really no chance for Brody Wofford. That was a weird steal that we've seen him make a couple times. In the last homestand against Billings, he did the same thing. It almost looks like it's more of like a hit and run where he doesn't go flying off of first base. And it worked against Billings. It did not work there. He gets thrown out. Pitches a strike. Count goes to 2-2. Swung on. It's fouled off the ground and then up and into the body of Dean Miller. Now he's working with nobody on and 2 outs. He can tie this game with one swing of the bat, though. We know that. Dean Miller absolutely rockets the ball off his bat. After playing for a couple years in the Red Sox organization, taking his talents to indie ball out here in the Flathead Valley. The 2-2 pitch coming in. Missed his low. It goes full for Dean Miller. Now with first base completely open. Binder will not be too rattled to hand the baton off to the next batter in the lineup, Livingston Morris, who also is dangerous, but much less so in recent times than Miller. The 3-2. Swung on, foul ball. Range Riders have not put a run against Jake Binder, but they have made him work, that is for sure. This is his third inning of work, and to throw blanks and throw 14, 25, and now 18 pitches in this inning, they are driving up that pitch count to 57 now for Jake Binder. The 3-2 pitch. It'll miss. Dean Miller has work to walk, and he's handed off the bat to Livingston Morris. And I mentioned the Chukars probably more happy to deal with Livingston Morris, but the one thing, they voluntarily took Livingston Morris late game in game 2 of the 3-game series in Idaho Falls. They intentionally walked Justin Mazzone in order to see Livingston Morris, and he immediately made them pay. A 3-run home run over the left field wall. It was a backfire for the Range Riders, or for the Chukars against the Range Riders. That one hits the zone. But in general, Livingston Morris is kind of a extra base or strikeout machine. It's kind of what he pumps out, as he has a boatload of doubles, as well as third on the team in home runs that I mentioned. Strike 2 there looking for Morris. He has not taken the bat off his shoulder in this at-bat. 2 outs, runner on first. 0-2 pitch coming in the bottom of the 5th. Morris prepares. Miller's running. The throw to second will be in time. 2 caught stealings, and what an inning it was for Hunter Hiskey behind the plate, doing all sorts of help for his pitcher. And the Range Riders trail by 1. We head to the 6th. Back here in the top of the 6th. And it will be a new pitcher for the Glacier Range Riders. Drew Holwiger is the new pitcher. Holwiger is just coming off the IL. He's been injured for the past couple weeks, as the first pitch that he fires in there is a ball. Count goes to 1-0. It's Thomas Devonville that is up. Holwiger, I mentioned, coming off the injured list, 6'3", 185 pounds. Just finished up his collegiate career for the Sailfish of Palm Beach Atlantic University, Springboro, Ohio native. And as that pitch goes high and makes the count 2-0, should say the statistics on the season for Holwiger were pretty solid. As that one, another shot to our home plate umpire. Mike Kiger has taken a beating today. Count goes to 2-1. But, man, I mean, sometimes for the home plate umpire, dealing with the fans chirping in your ear, that's one thing. But dealing with the ball clocking you, that is a whole nother ball game. There's plenty of distance between you and the fans. There is no distance between the ball and your face mask when it comes rocking in there, and it does not feel good. You might think the face mask erases any of the pain, but as somebody who's taken a couple lacrosse balls to the helmet playing defense, I'll tell you what, it'll rattle you. It'll rattle you. If it hits in the wrong spot, it can definitely concuss you. But if it just hits the face mask there, it'll definitely wake you up more than a cup of coffee in the morning. 3-1 now is the count as the left-handed Holwiger fires, and that one almost woke Devonville up as it was chin music, but he backs out of the way of it and reaches on the walk. I mentioned Holwiger was a sailfish, and to round out the Chukar conversation, I should say that the name Chukar was chosen by broadcaster for the Idaho Falls Chukars, John Balgini. This is currently his 39th year of broadcasting Idaho Falls games, and so when they switched the affiliation from the Padres to the Royals, they needed a new name, and John Balgini put Chukars in the hat because he used to, or his dad used to hunt Chukars when he was little. And like the Range Riders' approach to naming their team, uniqueness at this level clearly wins, as we have almost Devonville caught in a run down there. Stutter step to second and then scamper back to first in time before the throw from Ramon Enriquez could get there. And clearly the Idaho Falls Chukars have found their home since 2004, almost 20 years with the current name, and they have great support down in Idaho Falls. Swung on, this one is going to get down in right field, a base hit, and maybe a broken bat for Brady West. He's wearing the number 30. For some reason I have him down as number 10, so maybe double take. But he's definitely wearing number 30, listed as wearing the number 30. And now there's 2 on with no outs against Drew Holwiger. I don't know if Drew's family is still in town. I don't think so, but they did tag us in a couple social media posts. I believe his dad and his sister made their way out in a road trip out here. And I'm pretty sure the day after the Range Riders played on Sunday against Billings, I'm pretty sure I saw his family in Glacier Park on the side of the road. Did not stop and say hi. There's hard to find parking sometimes in Glacier. As that pitch misses, count goes to 1-0. That one will find the zone. Now 1-1 for Drew Holwiger. Holwiger, I mentioned, third on the team with a 5.40 ERA, but because of that injury that kept him out for a while, only 4 appearances for him and just 5 innings pitched. And now trying to keep this a 1-run game. It's a double steal attempt, a called strike. It is not a double steal attempt, I should say. Just Devonville goes. Thought the runner West would go from first, but he held off on it. And the catcher, Enriquez, just kind of let him go. And now runners on the corners. A 1-2 pitch coming in to Eric Callahan. He fouls it off. Plenty of speed from Devonville. one of the coolest parts, I think, for these guys that get to play in Glacier, and many of the parents watching at home know this, whether they're trying to plan a trip to come out here later this summer, or whether, like Holwiger's family, they've already been out here. Coolest part is you are in one of the most beautiful places in the world. And so when you get that rare off day, taking advantage of it, going up into the park, going to Big Mountain, Whitefish Mountain Resort, and enjoying the spectacular views up there, as during the summer season you can still take the lift to the top of the mountain. There's a great eatery up at the top of the mountain. 1-2 pitch comes high. Count goes to 2-2. Callahan is 1 for 2 today. And then that's just kind of on the mountain side. You turn the other way, and you can go down Highway 93, and you reach the biggest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi. So west of the Mississippi, obviously, to kick out the Great Lakes. But Flathead Lake is the biggest freshwater lake west of the Mississippi. This is a high pop-up. Ryan Cash comes over, but he's going to tell Brody Wofford to go get it. And Brody Wofford is able to do that successfully. Pop fly to first base is out number 1. Perfect out there for Holwiger to get out of this jam, as now runners will stay on the corners with 1 out. Right now we have the manager, Billy Gardner Jr., coming over and saying something. I don't know if we got a pinch hitter. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's still, or actually we do have a pinch hitter. It's Calvin Estrada coming up. I mentioned he picked up a knock that has kept him out of the starting lineup the past couple days. But in a situation like this, they are more than happy to use Calvin Estrada, especially when it forces a lefty-righty matchup. They got warm-ups going on in the pen right now due to the Range Riders. But if I'm Holwiger, I want a chance to control my own destiny here. And the way Calvin Estrada has swung the bat this season, I'm sure they're talking right now about the possibility of intentionally walking Calvin Estrada. They did it last night, and it maybe worked. You'll never know for certain how much it worked, because thinking about Estrada batting is a hypothetical. But when they walked him, they loaded up the bases. The next batter got hit, so 1 run was able to come home and score. But that was it. Calvin Estrada can step up. He can hit a bomb. That would have been 3 runs. He can bring home both of the runs on the base paths with his bat. And it's a guy you don't want to test unless you are very trusty of yourself. And even with the slight injury that he has, but I don't know exactly what it is. I just heard, I believe, John Balgini, the broadcaster for the Idaho Falls Chukars, or maybe it was Noah Moore, the number 2 man down there, that mentioned it. And that's what has kept him out of the lineup, I believe. But they're going to pitch to Estrada. First pitch, he fouls it back. A huge moment in this game right now with Estrada, who batted .442 in the first half of the season. And thus far, this half, he is 5 for 8 with 4 runs scored, a double, a home run, and 4 RBIs. The 0-1 will come in from Holwiger. Fires it, and a swing and a miss. Estrada usually plays in the outfield for the Chukars. Stands 6'1", 215 from Van Nuys, California. He played for the Chukars last year and was another big piece to that semifinal puzzle. The 0-2, fired in, swung on. The throw to second, not in time, as Cash just aborts the possibility to tag the runner. But, man, they gambled with pitching to Estrada, and it pays off there. Call it a stolen base for West because I think he was running on the pitch there. But it is Barmakian now with a chance still to break this game open. A huge, huge at-bat here. 2 outs as Estrada just struck out on 3 pitches in his pinch hit opportunity. Now Barmakian, who's hit a home run over the right field wall to start this game, steps up 1 for 2 tonight. Has hit a sac fly as well. Hit over to second. Fielded by Cash. He takes his time and he fires to first. Drew Holwiger gets himself into a jam with runners at first and third with no outs, but Holwiger gets out of it. A pop-up, a strikeout, and a ground out. It's still 4-3. We head to the 7th. Scratch that. We head to the bottom of the 6th. We're in the bottom of the 6th here. Jake Binder still out on the mound, and he will throw the first pitch into Ramon Enriquez. Wait. Wait a minute. I guess they called Livingston Morris out on a strikeout that last time. I was looking at the runner stealing, but in that last half inning, I guess it was Livingston Morris that was out at the plate, so that caught stealing of Dean Miller. Erase that from your brain. It was just a strikeout to Livingston Morris. And for the 3rd time today, the first time for the Range Riders, another player will try and walk on 3 balls. I think Mike Kiker's played a a heck of a game in terms of his the beating that he's taken from a couple of these pitches that have hit him. But I think he just needs to reconsider his strike call. That has plagued him. And that time Ramon Enriquez took that ball up high, took a half second to make sure that that was ball 4. And then he flips his bat back. And this might be the end of the day for the pitcher Binder. I believe there was a player earlier this year, very early in the year, that came over from Idaho Falls to Rocky Mountain named Dallas Binder. And I think Tyler Peterson was talking on the broadcast about how tough that is with two guys that have names spelled the exact same way but pronounced differently. You gotta feel for the early part of the season that they had there. And I don't know if they both played together last season, but Binder, oof, it's tough. That is the end of the day for Jake Binder. We'll talk about the new pitcher when we come back. Don't go anywhere. It's 4-3, no outs, a runner on first for the new pitcher. Back here, the new pitcher is Alex Fishberg. And let me tell you, I said there's some journeymen on this Idaho Falls squad. I don't know if anybody surpasses the professional indie ball journeyman experience of Alex Fishberg, the relief pitcher for the Chukars. Throws an attempt over to first base. I believe we have a pinch runner over there. Looks like that. I'm not sure. But it looks like it could be Brian Williams. A little smaller, a little shorter than Ramon Enriquez. That pitch misses. Count goes to 1-0. I'm going to check with somebody that's over on the first base dugout who has a better view of what his number is. But that is a pinch runner rule that you can use in this league where you can put somebody in, and kind of like in softball, you can put them in at a certain point, they can pinch run briefly, and then you can pull them right back out when they're off the base paths, put the old person back on defense and back into the batting lineup. 1-1 coming into Eddie McCabe. That one's chin music. Count goes to 2-1. So let me tell you about Fishberg and where he's been. After 4 years at Iona, which you might know more for the fact that Rick Pitino is their head basketball coach. The MAAC school, Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. After graduating from Iona, he went to Ottawa, which is in Canada, Normal, which is in Illinois, Vallejo, Sussex County. There's a foul ball with Brian Williams running on the pitch. Let me finish this off. Vallejo, Sussex County, back to Vallejo, Milwaukee, Quebec, back to Canada, and then with the Rockland Boulders for a year and a half, essentially. And then last year, he started with the Cleburne Railroaders in the American Association before finishing the season in Idaho Falls. And that is where he is currently. Yeah, a lot of pins on the map in Fishberg's bedroom. 2-2 coming in. Again, the runner's going. This one's popped up on the infield. Needing to go back to first. And, oh, my goodness. Dusty Stroop will not be able to grab that one. It will go down, I believe, as an E3 on the foul ball. It should have been out number one, but gifted another chance at the plate is Eddie McCabe. So call it a foul ball error on Dusty Stroop. It is the third error of the game for the Idaho Falls Chukars, who, as I've already mentioned plenty of times, have had errors struggle them. And I've been listening to the 6 games that the Range Riders have played in Idaho Falls. And man, every time there's an error, you can hear the frustration in John Balgini and Noah Moore's voices when they talk about it. That has been one thing that has held this squad back. As this one is hit down the third base line, but it's foul. Two-two will come in. There's no outs in the bottom of the 6th here. It's 4-3. Idaho Falls leads Glacier. Lots of runs in the early innings, but since the top of the 3rd, we have had no runs. A foul ball there, and Brian Williams, who is speedy on the base paths, and that is a clear reason why Nick Hogan has kept him in the chamber for a moment like this when he represents a tying run over at first. He has not recorded his first professional steal yet. Another pickoff attempt over to first, unsuccessful. Brian Williams, he was 0 for 1 in the first half of the season, and I believe he's been 0 for 1 in this series, yes. 2-2 coming into Eddie McCabe. He's running, swung on, and McCabe will get the chance to go down to first base. And because there was a runner on first, actually, McCabe cannot go down to first base. That was a confusing play because there was not a runner on first by the time he swung and missed at that because the runner, Brian Williams, was going on the pitch. It worked out all the same. I thought that was incredibly weird because Hiskey did not throw it down to first, but he was very confident. And I prompt Hiskey for that, but now Brandt Broussard comes up, a runner in scoring position with 1 out. It was just a weird at bat altogether. At some point, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Fishberg and what he's done this season, but I'm still trying to screw my head on. First pitch is low to Brandt Broussard. I think that goes down as a stolen base because Brian Williams was running on the pitch. That one will miss off. Good snag by Hiskey behind the plate. Count is 2-0. Okay. Alex Fishberg, what has he done this half? He's only thrown two-thirds of an innings against the Glacier Range Riders earlier in this 6-game kind of home-and-home series they're playing. He struck out one and he walked one. 2-0 coming in. And a swing and a miss from Brandt Broussard. On the season for Fishberg, a 7.79 ERA, a 1-0 record. This is his 22nd appearance. He does have one save. And he has 38 strikeouts to 17 walks. One swing of the bat. This game could be tied with the speedy Brian Williams on second. 2-1 pitch, 1 out. Fired in. Contact made. Running was Brian Williams. The throw to first is in time. And so it's a 6-3 ground out, but just like the last at-bat, does something of a job to advance the runner to third base now. Not to be lost in all of this right now, the Glacier Range Riders are being one hit by the committee trio of the starter Brewer, the relief pitcher Binder, and Fishberg as well. First pitch will hit the zone. Called strike to Ben McConnell, a huge at-bat here with the tying run 90 feet away. I haven't given you Binder's full line yet because he is responsible for the runner now at third. There's a called strike, and McConnell's behind 0-2. That one brought out the Boo Birds from a Range Riders squad, or Range Riders fan section that wasn't happy early with the Hamby strike zone that was offered. 0-2, 2 outs. Runner on third is Brian Williams. Bottom of the 6th here in a 4-3 ball game. Ben McConnell prepares to see it, and he swings at it in the dirt. It's going to get by. There will be no play at the plate. The throw to first is not in time. It's a strikeout wild pitch that ties this game. Brian Williams on his high horse home. Ben McConnell will take it. No RBI for him, but he doesn't care. This game is knotted at 4 apiece, and Ryan Cash comes up now with a go-ahead run on the base paths. Hiskey had no chance at that one, as that one skipped way in the dirt. Ben McConnell protecting the plate, did not want to go down looking. He swung at it, but he just boogied down the line, and now he's at first. Ryan Cash steps up, 0 for 2 today. He does have a walk. That was with the bases loaded, and it tied the game up in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Actually, it did not tie the game up. It pulled it within 2. McConnell's running. The throw, great throw from Hiskey, but it's bobbled and not fielded cleanly by the shortstop at second base. It's a go-ahead run in scoring position now, and Ben McConnell. And for these Chukars squad, I know the fans are at home saying, you know, this has been an unfortunate storyline of their season with the errors, with some of the sketchiness in pitching in terms of control. The offense has seemed to be there, and they have been in some contests, but just not being able to find the finishing blow. And there, it'll be a wild pitch that will advance Ben McConnell 90 more feet. The count goes to 2-0, another wild pitch. And Fishberg knows how devastating it would be if he goes from literally getting a strikeout with 2 outs to strand a runner on third, to the ball getting away from the catcher, and now the man that he struck out is that close to being able to tie this game. This one's hit up the middle. It'll be a diving play. The throw to first will be not in time. An infield RBI single from Ryan Cash, and the Range Riders have the lead at Flathead Field. Outstanding effort from Tyler Kelly. He goes full extension, lays it out, but with all of his momentum going against the first base bag, he hopped up and could not gun it to first base in time to beat the speedy Ryan Cash. It is 5-4 in favor of the Glacier Range Riders. Mcconnell scores. And bottom of the sixth with 2 outs has proved fatal right now for the Chukars. Pickoff attempt over to first will just not be in time. The leadoff walk by Ramon Enriquez in this inning. How important was that? He got pinch ran for by Brian Williams, who got to second and then to third, and with 2 outs, the wild pitch strikeout gets Ben McConnell to first and Brian Williams home. And then McConnell gets all the way around, and now Cash running. The throw from Hiskey is not in time. Cash is safe at second base. And right now, they're just playing ring around the rosy. Get a guy on first, get him to third, find a way to bring him home. The base hit, much fancier way of doing it, I'd say. Maybe get a ball to the outfield. We'll see if the Range Riders can do that. Sam Linscott is the guy to do it. He swings on this one, carrying out to left field. I think the crowd misread it as they thought it was gone off the bat, but tracking it was Barmakian to get out number 3 at the warning track. 2 funky runs come home for the Glacier Range Riders. They lead 5-4. We head to the 7th inning of play. It's a Range Rider debut for Brady Keiss, the newly acquired man out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, will step onto the mound in the Pioneer League for the first time in his professional career. Essentially, the type of guy that was signed to replace the spot left open by the free agent signing to the Houston Astros by Logan Van Wy, which is a huge storyline out of the Flathead Valley, which I've yet to touch on. And I'll get into it more either later today or over the next couple games. But for now, let's talk about this man, the left-hander out of Columbus State, which is where he played most of his college ball. Steps in over his 2 seasons with the Cougars at Columbus State, a 3-2 record for Brady Keiss. As he misses the zone there just a little bit high. Count goes to 2-0. He's up against Tyler Kelly, who's 1 for 3 tonight. So after 2 seasons at Columbus State in Georgia, he played briefly earlier this season for the Lake Country Dockhounds, which are in suburban Milwaukee. A brand new team, like the Glacier Range Riders. That one's said to be high. We don't get an appeal over to first base. Thought we should check over at first. That was a healthy cut by Kelly, but we're not going to look over to the first base ump, so it just goes 3-0 for Brady Keiss. And that one's a called strike. That was not a confident strike call there by Mike Kiger behind the plate. Maybe I got to turn my field mic up again and see if I can get something audible from him. Keiss fires that one, definitely ball 4. And Kelly will reach with a leadoff walk. 31 strikeouts and 13 walks with the Cougars for Keiss. And before he went to Columbus State, as we get Hunter Hiskey stepping up, Keiss did play for McHenry County College, which is actually where I worked part of this last year. They are a Division II JUCO powerhouse. There's 3 divisions in junior colleges. Just kind of like in the NCAA, there's 3 divisions, and you can do different amount of scholarships for each one. However, McHenry County just this year announcing moving from Division II to Division I next year. But the team that calls themselves the Scots wear purple and gold. They're in Crystal Lake, Illinois, which you could make a stretch and call them suburban Chicago, but they're definitely more out in the fields than in the city. They have a great program there, led by head coach Jared Wacker, who knows how to bring in really good pitchers. And Brady Keiss, talking with him before the game, he loved being a part of it. They have great energy. The pitching staff this year, I don't know if it's an every year thing, but they do have a tradition basically where they grow out their hair. Maybe they do different hairdos every year. Brady Keiss kind of almost had like a mohawk, kind of faux hawk thing going. And maybe he's kept it up. A strikeout there for Brady Keiss, as he's able to get 1 out in his debut as a range rider. Not only did Keiss pitch for McHenry County College, where there's some peripheral kind of, obviously I didn't call him because he pitched there in 2018, I think, or something like that for 1 season. But I believe I called him when he pitched for the Kenosha Kingfish in the summer of 2018, as I was a broadcaster for the Rockford Rivets in the Northwoods League. Baseball takes you all across this country, and for Brady Keiss, got to play in his own backyard a little bit with the Kingfish, and I believe he had a brief stint with the Lakeshore Chinooks, which are in Mequon, Wisconsin, just north of Milwaukee, and Kenosha right about halfway between Milwaukee and Chicago, as the foul ball makes it 0-2. And then he went all the way down to Georgia, played at Columbus State. He's on the same team now as his teammate at Columbus State, John Pardue, who's been mostly a bullpen catcher for the Range Riders. And now, after playing a couple games at home with the Lake Country Dockhounds, just near where he's from, he has made the trek out to the Big Sky State. 0-2 coming in from Keiss to Dusty Stroop. He thought about going, but he didn't go. Ball makes it 1-2. Day turning to night here in the Flathead Valley. It's 73 degrees now. It's cooled down about 10 degrees from first pitch, where it was right around 82. Should be a nice and toasty weekend, but a beautiful weekend for baseball here in the Flathead Valley. 1-2 pitch coming in. That one misses on the inside. Scoots Stroop off the base a little, or off the plate a little bit. Right now, and I don't want to jinx anything, so I'll make that very clear, but Drew Holweger is in line for the win if the Range Riders are able to hold on to this contest without losing the lead. 2-2 coming in. That one skips and gets between the legs of Enriquez, and the runner, Kelly, will advance to second on the wild pitch. Talking about if the results hold and what the results mean for the rest of the league. I already told you Northern Colorado beat Rocky Mountain, so both of those squads are 2-2. Now tied for first place in the Southern Division. But we already have a final from the north as this one is fisted up to shallow left field. Going to be tough play for anybody, and it will fall. A base hit there puts runners on the corners. That one was just a bloop single, and that has been one of the enemies of these Glacier Range Riders in this series with the Chukars, as they had an inning where they had 3 straight bloop singles against Tanner Solomon in his first professional start, and just gave them absolute headaches, as that one was a high fly ball. But you could tell right off the bat that it was going to have a chance to fall in front of Livingston Morris, who stands pretty deep out there in left field, and again, stands deep out there, probably about 15 feet short of the wall. Now it'll be Jose Reyes. Chin music. Count goes to 1-0. One out here, runner on third. The tying run is represented by Kelly. Go-ahead run could be Stroop at first. Swing and a miss as Reyes tried to rip the cover off the ball. Comes up empty. Count goes to 1-1. Infield, not too worried about trying to stop the run at home. Definitely much more preoccupied with the possibility of a double play ball if they get the chance. This one swung on. It will not be the possibility for a double play ball. It will get by Livingston Morris. It will bounce and get by him. Sam Linscott has to come all the way over the green light. Dusty Stroop will come home. It's an RBI of 2 for Jose Reyes. And the lead goes back to the Idaho Falls Chukars. Livingston Morris comes up just short on that one, tried to sell out and make the play, and could not come up with it. 2 RBI double. It is 6-5 in favor of the Idaho Falls Chukars. Stroop had to hold up for just a second to make sure it wasn't caught, but when it got by him, it was a green light all the way for the runner coming around, and Stroop did score. It's 6-5 in the top of the 7th. This game seesaws back in favor of the Chukars. First pitch is a called ball to Thomas Devonville, who has already shown why the Chukars wanted him back so badly. 2 walks and a single for him. And now a chance to give some insurance with a runner on second. That pitch will be a called ball. I mentioned playing at Omaha for the Mavericks for Devonville, but he played a lot of summer collegiate ball all over the country. Most notably, he played not too far from here in the Western Canadian Baseball League. Foul ball makes it 2-1 for the Swift Current 57s. The Swift Current 57s, they are out of Swift Current, Saskatchewan, and the headquarters for the Western Canadian Baseball League is in Lethbridge, Alberta, which is not too far as the crows flies. It'll take a while to get you there from here. As this one is a high pop fly, Cash backing up, makes the catch in shallow right field for out number 2. Reyes stays at second. Swing and a miss. To start off the at-bat, this is a Brady on Brady matchup. Brady West versus Brady Keiss. That one will miss low and away. Count goes to 1-1. If you're wondering, if you're hanging on an edge, wondering why the Swift Current 57s call themselves the 57s, because it all matters what year. You got the 49ers, you got the 76ers, you got the whatever. The 57s, they call themselves that because when they rebranded in 2017, they had been around for 57 years, so they were making note of the 57 years of baseball in Swift Current, Saskatchewan. That's where Devonville spent a year. However, he comes up with his first time not being able to reach the base paths in that last at-bat. So maybe I jinxed him by talking about his Saskatchewanian former team. 1-2 coming in. Misses. Brady West holds off. Brady Keiss receives the pitch back. He's thrown 26 pitches in his first inning here. Wearing the number 8 is Keiss. And as that one is fired in, it's fouled off. Brady West here, listed as a catcher on the roster, originally from Greenville, South Carolina. West receives that one low of the zone. And Nick Hogan has come on the top step, and I don't know if he's saying anything right now, but he is hands on knees, and I think he's definitely saying something now. That is a huge call to call a ball, as it would have been out of the inning with a insurance run on second. Instead, 3-2 with 2 outs coming in. Plenty of speed on second, and Jose Reyes. Keiss kicks and fires. Another called ball, and that has Nick Hogan even more animated. Now he is crouched on that top step. And I can't hear what he's saying, but I don't need to hear the words to know what the message is coming as Eric Callahan steps up. And if something comes of this inning after those 2 pitches just missed the strike zone, you can expect Nick Hogan's frustration with the strike zone there to be brought even higher. First pitch definitely missed the zone. Count goes to 1-0. 6-5 is our score here on the top of the 7th, 2 outs. It was a 2 RBI double from Jose Reyes that put the lead back in the hands of the Chukars. Or, if you want to specifically call it what a Chucker is, back in the wings of the Chukars. That one finds the strike zone to some sarcastic applauses and did not look that far off from the 2 balls that we had called for Brady West. But again, I'm not behind home plate, so I can't speak exactly where they were. That one swung on a miss. Count goes to 1-2. It is a 6-5 ball game in favor of the Idaho Falls Chukars. Top of the 7th here as Brady Keiss tries to work himself out of the jam and limit the damage this inning. That one will clearly miss low. Count goes to 2-2, 2 outs. A ball here will mean that Jose Reyes and Brady West can run on the pitch. Fired and swung on and missed. Callahan strikes out to end the inning, but it's Jose Reyes with a huge 2 RBI double that gives the Chukars the lead. They lead 6-5. We stretch, and we'll see you in the bottom of the 7th. Back here, we are in the bottom of the 7th inning. We just had one of the better take me out to the ball games that we've heard. The pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. It is it is a great Friday night for baseball, and it is a blast in this ball game. That one misses just low. Count goes to 2-0 now. It just feels like there's more twists and turns in this contest. It was a 1-run game for the majority of it, as this one's fouled up right and over my head. Count goes to 2-1. The Idaho Falls Chukars took a 4-3 lead in the top of the 3rd inning. And from there were goose eggs across the board until we see the offenses spark to life a little bit in the bottom of the 6th when the Range Riders put up 2 runs, but Idaho Falls answered right back with 2. And the 1-run deficit was erased by Idaho Falls. A swing and a miss makes it 2-2 for Brody Wofford. Alex Fishberg is back out for his 2nd inning of work. Allowed those 2 runs against him, with him on the mound, I should say. But it only 1 go against him in terms of his earned run total. Foul ball makes the count stay at 2-2. The final line for Binder, despite his solid play, 3 innings pitched, no hits allowed, but he does have a run against him that is earned. 4 walks is the big knock on his total. 2-2 coming in. Misses low. We go full at 3-2. For Drew Holweger, coming off of injury, he had a solid outing and he was in line for the victory until the lead evaporated. 1 inning pitched for him, 1 hit, no runs, a strikeout, and a walk. And I'll give you Hamby's final line after this pitch. Swung on a high fly ball. And that one is not coming down for another 30 seconds or so as it made its way all the way to the road that you come in off of Highway 93 to get up to the stadium that's perched on a hill overlooking the stretch of highway in between Kalispell and Whitefish, Montana. Another 3-2 will be coming in to Brody Wofford, trying to lead off this inning and get on base. He represents a tying run at the plate. It'll be ball 4. That was the same spot in which those 2 balls were called against Brady West that allowed him to reach. And I'm sure Nick Hogan will have a wry smile maybe and appreciate the consistency. I've already mentioned the struggles of being a home plate umpire for the fact that you have a hard white orb floated at you constantly. Not floated, the opposite of floated. Pelted at you. And yeah, there's also the job of dealing with the managers, the coaches, the fans, everybody, even the broadcasters. I won't go down, march down on the field and criticize something. But my job is definitely to try and present it to you in the way that I see it. And, of course, I'm the first to admit that I am the Range Riders broadcaster. I am biased. But I do see where both sides are coming from when they question calls here and there. And I'm just closer to the Range Riders dugout. This is a base hit by Dean Miller. He absolutely smoked that ball up the middle. Exit velo hot for Dean Miller. And he reaches only the 3rd base hit of the day for the Glacier Range Riders, but it puts a tying run in scoring position at second base. Livingston Morris steps up in this huge spot. Idaho Falls has just ran a couple players out to the bullpen. I think almost their entire bullpen is running out, but a couple players in particular that are getting ready to go. They do have some really solid relievers, including their closer, Nate Jenkins, who got the save last night for them. We'll see if there's a chance we see him again. The Range Riders already burned their designated pinch runner as Livingston Morris goes fishing for that. First one comes up empty. 0-1 is the count for Livingston Morris. John Nunnally Jr. is also a really solid reliever for the Idaho Falls Chukars. Maybe a chance we see him. 0-1 will clock Livingston Morris in the back of the head. And he took that one like a champ. Man, you could probably hear on our field mic the contact where that one got him. And ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But dang. Livingston Morris. He does everything cool, Livingston Morris. He walks into the stadium before the game, and it's his tradition when he shows up. And I mentioned this story before, so if you're a Range Rider fan, I apologize for going back over it. But he walks in the stadium into the fans' entrance before every game. He parks near the clubhouses where all the players park. Then he purposely takes the kind of long walk up to go through the fans' entrance, connect himself a little bit more with the stadium, with the people. He is definitely a guy that's for the fans. The second game that he played at Flathead Field, he hit that game-tying home run in the bottom of the ninth, and then the walk-off knockout round home run, and was, I mean, you would have, you almost had to take a crane or something to drag him away from, talking with the fans, interacting with the fans. You see him in the on-deck circle interacting with the fans that have their tickets right next to where the on-deck circle is. And he is a guy that it's going to take a lot more than a crack to the head to keep him from moving down to first base and loading the bases. It is a pinch hitter that will get the chance to bat in this key situation. It might be a similar situation to the designated pinch runner that we saw when Brian Williams came in. We might see Ramon Enriquez enter behind the plate, but for now, we see Brenton Davis step up to the plate, and Brenton Davis has been really successful against Idaho Falls pitchers in this series. A .571 batting average for him. He hit his first professional home run as well. Bases loaded, no outs, he takes a strike. Alex Fishberg, given the opportunity to get himself out of this jam. 0-1 count, no outs for Davis from Fishberg. That one's called a strike to some groans from the crowd. Count goes to 0-2. Clearly the best option right now for Fishberg and the Chukars, a triple play. Another great option, a double play. But a really realistic option right now, a strikeout. He's got 0-2, no outs. Swings on it, fouls it back. Brenton Davis is going to protect all the way right now. And the Range Riders held to 3 hits tonight. Can they find a way to get a tying run across the plate and maybe even more than that? Dean Miller on second. For how solidly he's built, he will surprise you with his speed. He had around 20 stolen bases his freshman year of college at UC Riverside. That one will miss low. And the first ball is taken by Brenton Davis. The crowd here waiting to explode, and a few shouts of encouragement for Davis. The Nebraska native will see the 1-2. Swings on it and comes up empty. In the pinch hit opportunity, Brenton Davis cannot come through. Now it'll be Eddie McCabe's turn to try and make something happen. He has reached once today on an error by the shortstop Callahan. And so that crucial strikeout is got. Now the infield is thinking double play all the way. First pitch swinging from McCabe. He fouls it out of play. Count goes to 0-1. 1 out for Eddie McCabe. Had a sparkling start to his professional career in Great Falls. Slowed down a bit since he has been traded to the Glacier Range Riders at the beginning of June. 0-1, 1 out. Swings on it again and can't come up with it. Fishberg, all he has done, with the exception of the one ball to Brenton Davis with the 0-2 count, just throw strikes here, putting it in the zone and daring these Range Riders batters who've only come up with 3 hits to try and make some contact on it. 0-2, can he come up with another strikeout and erase a sacrifice opportunity? The pitch from Fishberg. Misses high. Fishberg goes to 40 pitches. I am in the worst possible spot to look over to the bullpen and see who the right-hander warming up is. As really, even in the other half of our press box down the first base side, wouldn't have that great of a view. Only the kids in the yet-to-be-opened. That one swung on. It's carrying out to shallow left field. Will it be enough to score Wofford? It doesn't look like it. That one was offline, the throw home. But Wofford, I mean, even Ben Mcconnell, the fastest player on the Glacier Range Riders, I don't know if he would have enough speed to be able to get home, as that one just golfed up into the sky. And it will be a fly out to left field. That will bring up by far the biggest at bat of the game for either side. Wofford on third, Miller on second, Morris on first. All three will be going on contact if Brandt Broussard can make it. Broussard is 0 for 1. He does have 2 walks today. Fishberg is 1 out away from getting out of a bases-loaded no-outs jam with no runs across. First pitch skips in the dirt. Great block by Hunter Hiskey, as we have seen some movement on the bases because of wild pitches today, and Hiskey making sure to protect that 5-hole. This game can change dramatically based off what happens here. Swung on, and it's a pop-up to shallow right field. Brendan Heweth comes in, and he makes the grab, secures it in his glove for out number 3. The Range Riders loaded the bases with no outs, and they come up empty. We head to the 8th inning of play. The Idaho Falls Chukars still lead 6-5. Don't go anywhere. Back here, coming out to the tunes of Dancing Queen, Brendan Heweth makes his way to the plate. Brady Keiss out for his 2nd inning of work. 0 for 1 tonight is Heweth. He got pinch hit for last time up. That was a designated pinch hitter there. That was Calvin Estrada who came out. First pitch on the inside from Keiss. Count goes to 1-0. That one will hit the zone. Now it's 1-1 from Keiss to Heweth. I think at some point I started to say that we're going to check around the PBL, and stuff keeps happening on the field, and I haven't been able to get to it. 1-1. That one's fisted foul. Count goes to 1-2. Final out of Billings. Great Falls beats the Voyagers. Great Falls is the Voyagers. The Great Falls Voyagers beat the Billings Mustangs by a score of 11-3. They take care of business. That means Billings falls to 1-3. The Voyagers move to 3-1. Worst case scenario, they keep a tie for first place in the North Division. Another foul ball. Count stays 1-2. The Ogden Raptors held an early lead on the Missoula Paddleheads, but on cash giveaway night, the Raptors have given away a ton of runs. It's 14-5 in the bottom of the 8th over in Zootown. That means if that result holds, Missoula will also keep a hold of first place, a tie for it, and a called strike 3 there as Heweth goes down looking. The final score to report, Grand Junction leads Boise 13-4. Looks like they'll be able to come up victorious in that one. Which means the Grand Junction Rockies will, if they finish that one off, go to first place in the South Division with a half-game lead over both Rocky Mountain and Northern Colorado. First pitch is low to Steve Barmakian. Barmakian started off this game with a home run, a solo shot over the right field fence. First home run ever hit by a Chukar in Flathead Field. And since that, has had a sac fly and 2 groundouts. This one's popped up. It's going to be foul. There's a bunt attempt from Barmakian. Count goes to 1-1 for the New Jersey native out of Westfield, New Jersey. Played for the Chukars last year. One out. That one misses low. Count goes to 2-1. So the situation right now for the Glacier Range Riders and the Idaho Falls Chukars, if Glacier is able to find a way to come back and win this game, both of the squads will go to 2-2 and be 1 game back of Missoula and Great Falls for first place in the North Division, while Billings will be in sole possession of last. 2-1 pitch coming in. This one's dribbled over to second. Going to be a tough play for Cash. Going to need to get rid of it quick, and he does. Gets out the speedy Barmakian on a 4-3 putout. And up comes the number 2 batter, Tyler Kelly, who has reached twice today on a single and a walk. In the Southern Division, I already kind of mentioned it, but if Grand Junction holds on, they're in first place with a 2-1 record. Rocky Mountain and NOCO will be a half game back at 2-2 each. It'll be 1-3 for Boise. That'll be a full game back for Grand Junction for first. And then Ogden, who is skidded against Missoula, will be at last place in 1-3. They're in the one cross-divisional matchup, obviously with an odd number of teams in each division. There is a force required for a cross-divisional matchup if all the teams want to play, which it's the Pioneer League. There are rarely any off days. And that's one of the reasons why when I talked to Mike Shapiro, the head president of the PBL, he said they're looking for 2 new teams to try and even it off so that they don't have to consistently have cross-divisional matchups. And the problem right now with it is the count is 2-1 to Tyler Kelly, is there is just less of a balance in terms of how many times teams play somebody else from the other division. And as that one missed the zone, count will go to 3-1. You know, it seems this year that the North Division has been ahead of the Southern Division, not only just in terms of overall record, but also the head-to-head. As that one will be ball 4, just missing on the inside, so a 2-out walk Kelly will reach. And so the teams that tend to play the Southern Division teams, especially when Rocky Mountain was really struggling early, the Glacier Range Riders received some benefit from opening the series and getting a 5-1 series win. The Chukars also took care of business and handled Rocky Mountain early, and we're seeing a clear matchup of the 2 teams that were fairly dominant in their first half in the Raptors and the Paddleheads, and it has been take care of business mode for the Paddleheads against an Ogden team that was inconsistent but did look solid. There's a base hit from Hunter Hiskey. He's able to shake a tough Flathead Field debut off his back, reaching on a single. He was 0 for 4 before that, as Brady Keiss will prepare to throw pitch number 50 into Dusty Stroop, who was 1 for 4. He singled on that pop fly into shallow left field. Top of the 8th here. It is 6-5 in favor of the Idaho Falls Chukars. It might be 7-5 now as we have an RBI single from Dusty Stroop. He put that one into shallow right field, and he gives the Chukars a 2-run lead. That one didn't have a lot of velocity coming off the bat, but Stroop just put it in a place where no fielders were. No chance for Cash to get to that one. And it is 7-5 on that RBI single, going all the way to second base as Hunter Hiskey. Kelly scores, and Mike Spears is going to come out, and the pitching coach is going to have a conversation with the new range rider, Brady Keiss. The next batter coming up is Jose Reyes, who is 1 for 3 tonight. Reyes had that huge double into left field his last time up. That gave the Chukars the lead. That was right after that pop fly single into shallow left field that Stroop got aboard on. And it was the exact same situation for him that time. Runners on the corners, except he only had 1 out. So not the exact same situation. Maybe just throw everything I said out the window. First pitch, misses the zone. Count goes to 1-0. Reyes has also reached on a walk besides his double today. 7-5 is the score as Brady Keiss tries to keep this close. There's 2 outs here, and it will go to a 3-run ball game as Jose Reyes singles into center field. Make it 8-5 in favor of the Chukars. They have a 2-out rally going, and another run comes across. Stroop moves up to second. Reyes now a 3 RBI night for the third baseman. Up comes Thomas Devonville. Popped out to second base his last time up. When I was talking about the Swift Current 57s that he played a season for. This one will be another pop out. High right field. 2 outs, so the runners are going. Sam Linscott collects it after it falls down from the sky. 2 more runs across for the Idaho Falls Chukars. They lead 8-5. Glacier needs some runs in the bottom of the 8th. Back here in the bottom of the 8th, it is Keegan McGinnis. That is the man being called upon to step out on the mound in relief of Alex Fishberg. Let me get you Fishberg's final line. 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 run. Against him it was earned, 3 strikeouts and 1 walk, a hit by pitch as well. But a situation to remember for him as he loaded the bases with no outs and was able to get out of the jam. Any pitcher will hang their hat on that, surely, as just a marvelous job done by him. Ben Mcconnell swings and misses at the first pitch from Keegan McGinnis. McGinnis in the first half of the season, a 4.55 ERA, 2-1 record in 27 2/3 innings pitched. He had 33 strikeouts to 11 walks. That pitch will miss up and in. Opposing batters hit .241 against the right-hander out of George Washington University. Pitch will miss. Count goes to 2-1. Due up this inning is McConnell, Cash, and Linscott. And if we have a bottom of the 9th, we will see Wofford, Miller, and Morris at least. Swing and a miss by McConnell. Comes up empty. McConnell did not play last night. And last time up for him, he reached on that drop third strike that scored the run from third and tied the game. But I told you, there were more twists to the tails after the Range Riders took the lead in that inning. Swing and a miss, and another drop third strike, but this one he will be thrown out on. A 2-3 strikeout swinging. Ryan Cash up now. Cash 1 for 3. He singled and scored Ben McConnell on that single. That gave the Range Riders the lead by a score of 5-4. It was in the next half inning that the 2 RBI double from Jose Reyes gave the Chukars back the lead, and then 2 more runs last inning put them up by 3. First pitch misses. Count goes to 1-0. A little bit more about the new pitcher, Keegan McGinnis. He is one of the myriad of Chukars that pitched for the squad last year. I'm counting 9 different pitchers, as the third base ump said that Cash did not go around. Count goes to 2-0. 9 different pitchers pitching last year for the Idaho Falls Chukars. And you take a look at Idaho Falls, the success they've had this year. Of course, I mentioned some of the struggles with some of those pitching woes, but when they find their control and when the defense is there, they are clearly one of the best teams in the league, as a strike makes the count 2-1. And a big reason for that is the same reason why Missoula is so successful. They bring players back from the year before. In indie ball, you have a good chance to be able to do that as the count goes 3-1. And they've done that. I mean, at every position, they have guys that like playing in eastern Idaho and guys that do it well. Keegan McGinnis is one of those guys after a successful collegiate career at mostly George Washington, but a year at Virginia Tech as well. He took his talents to the eastern Idaho area, and as this one is into left field, it's Barmakian that comes in and makes the grab. 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th. You might think, and you know, as a Montana native, being born here in the Flathead Valley, growing up in Helena, I can tell you Montana is the most beautiful state. You might think, just because of juxtaposition, that Idaho, maybe even eastern Idaho, gets a fairly bad rap because it's next to, obviously a clearly stout competitor, and the beauty of Montana as the first pitch to Linscott goes outside. But I can tell you the eastern Idaho area, if you're ever making the drive from southern Montana through Butte and Dillon, which I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, and you go through Idaho Falls and Pocatello, there are some breathtaking views, and there's a lot of cool stuff going on as well there. Count goes to 2-1. As Sam Linscott's at the plate now, 1 for 2. One of the exciting things that is going on as this one's cracked over to third. Fielded by Callahan, thrown to first in time. Well, maybe I'll talk about one of the exciting things going on in Idaho Falls in the winter season. Yeah, there's sports that happen in this area in the winter too. Don't go anywhere. That's your teaser. We'll see you in the top of the ninth. It's 8-5, the Chukars lead. Back here in the top of the ninth, it's the Chukars leading the Glacier Range Riders by a score of 8-5. Looking for some final insurance tallies before either having their new pitcher McGinnis finish it off or handing it off to one more pitcher. It looks like we do have warm-ups going on in the pen, so maybe we will see Nate Jenkins, the closer. First pitch in from the new pitcher for the Glacier Range Riders, Justin Coleman, is in there for a strike. Coleman in this half of the season, the second half, has a 4.5 ERA, 2 innings pitched, 1 earned run against him, but 2 strikeouts as well. Called strike count goes to 0-2 for the nearly 2,000 fans that have made their way down to Flathead Field. The first game at home in the second half is the biggest second half attendance ever. And a strikeout there for Justin Coleman. He sends down West on 3 pitches. Coleman in the first half of the season had good numbers as well. He kind of mostly was the closer as he had 13 appearances, 3 saves, and 21 strikeouts to 7 walks for the Marysville, Tennessee native. Eric Callahan steps up. First pitch is hit and lined into the glove of Dean Miller for out number 2. Right now, the pitching of Coleman and the defense for the Range Riders trying to spark something that can turn into offensive momentum. Hits have been hard to come by, just 3 for the Range Riders, but to be out hit 10-3 and to be within 3 runs, it's something you got to take advantage of, and we'll see if they can do something in the bottom of the 9th to, I don't know, put some sort of good juju into the air and just see what happens. First pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. I teased what's going on in Idaho Falls as well in terms of the sports scene there continuing to develop. Of course, just down the road from Idaho Falls is Pocatello, Idaho, home of the Idaho State University athletic teams. As the strike there makes it 1-1. But in Idaho Falls, there's going to be a new Junior A hockey team as well, the Idaho Falls Spud Kings. And as that one hits the zone, the count goes to 1-2. The crowd getting fired up here. They want to see one more half inning of baseball and one more chance for the Range Riders to win this here as we get past 10:40 local time on a Friday night. Swung on, foul ball. The Idaho Falls Spud Kings, they are, first of all, a really, really cool logo and cool branding done by Brandios, which was the same team or the same organization that did the branding for the Glacier Range Riders, actually. It's a potato wearing a robe, gloves, and a crown. Spud King, make it. Get it. Foul ball. Count goes to 1-2. And just like the Glacier Range Riders, they got to build a new facility to play in. The Mountain America Center will be open, I believe, later this year. It's under construction right now. Wofford goes laying out to try and make the grab on that one, but he can't come up with it. Brendan Heweth reaches with a 2-out single. Up comes Steve Barmakian. I mentioned the numbers at the beginning of the game, or closer to the beginning of the game. When the opponent scores first, the Range Riders are 7-22. I assume that most teams are similar to that, where if they don't score first, it's a lot harder to win. And for Barmakian, you can credit him for putting the Chukars up early. His solo shot in the top of the first inning was enough to get Idaho Falls out in front. And, of course, we had that seesaw back and forth. 1 run in the first for the Chukars, 1 in the first for the Range Riders, 2 in the second for the Chukars, 2 in the second for the Range Riders, and then that 1 in the third where Idaho Falls held the lead until 2 runs was exchanged between the two sides in the bottom of the 6th and the top of the 7th, and then 2 runs in the top of the 8th from Idaho Falls put us where we are at right now, 8-5 and 0-2 count, 2 outs in the top of the 9th with a runner on first in Heweth, who can boogie. Swung on, foul ball. Already mentioned it, but I'll say it one more time for the Glacier Range Riders fans that are wondering which 3 they'll see for Glacier in the bottom of the 9th. It's Brody Wofford, Dean Miller, and Livingston Morris. 0-2, 2 outs, runner on first coming in. Heweth is running. The throw from Enriquez will go high and off target, a stolen base from Heweth. And these are 2 teams that love to run. I mentioned already, I'll say it again. If you're going to be joining me on the broadcast tomorrow night or Sunday afternoon, I can tell you there is a good amount of stolen bases that you'll see and some caught stealings that we mentioned earlier in the game as well. Or maybe some strikeouts, then a caught stealing, then confuse the broadcaster moment. Pitch misses away. Count goes to 2-2. 2 outs as Barmakian looking at an RBI to his total with the speedy Heweth on second. Swung on, carrying out to right center field, and it'll get down. The first ever RBI double at Flathead Field. It belongs to Steve Barmakian as that one hopped and got over the right field wall there, and it'll make the score 9-5 in favor of the Idaho Falls Chukars. Tyler Kelly comes up now. So Heweth scores on that one from Barmakian, and he was thinking 3. He does not love the fact that that one skipped over the wall, because I think he would have had a good shot at it. Got clear wheels at the leadoff spot, and that one hung up in the air for quite some time. First pitch swinging and coming up empty is Tyler Kelly. The pitch will miss. Count goes to 1-1. Again, these two teams play tomorrow night, 7:05, right here on YouTube on the Glacier Range Riders channel, or you can check it out on the field, as that one misses inside. Don't know for sure if there's a way you can listen to Noah Moore, the road radio broadcaster and home number 2 for the Chukars, online. But if you're in Idaho Falls, you can always tune into that. As that one is in the strike zone, called strike. Count goes to 2-2. Two outs as Coleman tries to limit the damage this inning. Breaking ball misses just a little bit inside. I got to tell you, though, the Spud Kings, the new hockey team in Idaho Falls, it had some tough competition. 340 names were sent in, and some of them were Inferno, the Whiptails, the Arrow Pigs, and the Crop Dusters. So the Spud Kings beat out some heavy hitters there. So that one's fouled back. Count stays at 3-2. I don't know. It's all of those are Inferno versions of that have been spun around. I don't know if there's an exact Inferno. I'm trying to think. Somewhere like Arena Football or something, there's probably an Inferno out there. But Whiptails, Arrow Pigs, and Crop Dusters, all unique in their own right. That one misses on the inside. And a couple vocal fans here do not like the call. As we will do another batter here in the top of the ninth. It's Hunter Hiskey, who's 1 for 5. I mentioned his rough start to his Flathead Field career. 0 for 4 to start, but a single his last time up. That pitch will miss, low and away. Count goes to 1-0. When the Range Riders were up fairly big on the Chukars on Wednesday night, I remember almost the exact same situation. There were some specific vocal fans that you could hear on their broadcast that were the lone dissenters. Really, I think they were the lone people in the crowd at that point, as it was up near 11:15 when the game was finishing out. But supporting their team through the full 9. As the 1-1 comes in, called strike. And the crowd here, I mean, there's a couple that are loud and kind of yelling through everything, but there is a good chunk of this 2,000 that came out tonight that are still waiting to see the final out of this contest. 1-2, 2 outs, runners on first and second. Swung on, a slow roller to second, fielded by Cash, and he makes the throw On target, and in time to first base for out number 3 in the top of the ninth. The last chance for the Glacier Range Riders coming up. It's Wofford, Miller, and Morris. Don't go anywhere. We will have one more half inning of baseball, maybe some bonus ball, if the Range Riders can mount a comeback. The last chance for the Glacier Range Riders, and it'll be against one of the Chukars' best pitchers, John Nunnally Jr. In the first half of the season, a 5.76 ERA, 20 appearances, a 1-2 record, and 39 strikeouts to 20 walks. This season, this half, I should say, just 2 appearances. This will be his third, a 6.00 ERA, and 3 innings pitched, 2 runs against him by the Glacier Range Riders. Nunnally stands 6'2", 195 pounds, is from Scottsdale, Arizona, and pitched for the Chukars last year. That one is hit into shallow center field. It'll fall into the glove of Devonville in center. Looked like it might have had just enough bloop on it to get through, but Devonville covers a lot of space out there in the middle outfield, and he comes up with the catch. And now 2 more outs needed by the Chukars, up 9-5 here in the bottom of the ninth. And Dean Miller stepping up. Miller, 1 of 3 hits today by the Glacier Range Riders. Also reached on an error and has 2 walks. First pitch is up high from Nunnally. There's a called strike. Count goes to 1-1. A ball makes it 2-1 now for Nunnally. Two one out the pitch. Fired it, went up high. Count goes to 3-1. I am pretty sure that this John Nunnally Jr., is the son of former MLB player John Nunnally. That'll make sense, John Nunnally Jr. I'm pretty sure that I overheard that on an interview that John Balgini, actually, the voice of the Chukars, had with John Nunnally's wife, who I forget her name, maybe Taylor, but maybe I'm just completely whiffing on that one. 3-2 coming in. And swing and a miss there as Dean Miller goes down on strikes. Livingston Morris is the last chance for the Glacier Range Riders. If I have my facts correct, and John Nunnally Sr. is John Nunnally Jr.'s dad, the same at all, then obviously Nunnally comes from some baseball skill, with his dad playing in the majors from 95 to 2000. Mostly for the Royals organization. Well, for the Royals professional version. The Kansas City version. Foul ball. Count goes to 0-1, 2 outs. Also played for the Reds, the Red Sox, and the New York Mets before finishing his career out with the Oryx Blue Wave in the Japanese League. Foul ball. Now it's 0-2 for Livingston Morris, who's 0 for 2 tonight. He did get plunked in the head, and just glad to see that he's okay there. Nunnally Sr., after his retirement, he has been a coach in the league and clearly has set his son up well. 0-2 coming in. Misses high. Nunnally cannot finish it out on this one. Currently, his dad coaches the Altoona Curve, which is in Pennsylvania. That one swung on and missed, and John Nunnally Jr. finishes this ball game off. A 9-5 win for the Idaho Falls Chukars to cinch their first ever game in Flathead Field. And it was a marvelous performance by the pitching staff that showed some cracks in terms of their control. And obviously the 3 errors from the defense didn't help. But it was clutch pitching, and they got the right plays at the right time. Fishberg is going to get the win. There will be no save issued, and the loss will go to Brady Keiss. The difference in this ball game really comes down to that 2-run double by Jose Reyes in the top of the 7th. That is the deciding play, and the reason that the Chukars put up more runs than the Range Riders, that put them up 6-5. They got some insurance in the 8th and the 9th, but all they needed was 6 the way it shook out. It was a great game here tonight, back and forth in the early going, then a stalemate at 1 run for the Chukars, a little bit of spiciness in the bottom of the 6th, where the Range Riders found something, but they just couldn't come up with those big hits at the big times. A lot of their runs were just benefits of mistakes by the Chukars rather than making the plays themselves. And that will need to change because they get the Chukars 2 more times, and the Chukars, when they're not making mistakes, they are a very, very hard team to beat. And even, like you saw tonight, when they make some mistakes, they can still lock down opposing bats and produce enough runs to get the job done. That'll do it for me, Scott Gladstone. Thank you so much for tuning in to today's contest. A 9-5 win by the Idaho Falls Chukars over the Glacier Range Riders. We hope to see you either on the broadcast or at the stadium tomorrow night, 7:05 first pitch, or maybe on Sunday, 3:05 first pitch. Both of those games here at Flathead Field. You can get your tickets online or at the box office right here at the stadium. That'll open an hour and a half prior to first pitch. Thanks again for tuning in, and I hope to see you tomorrow night. Please have a great rest of your night and stay safe out there.